أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
قد أفلح المؤمنون الذين هم في صلاتهم خاشعون والذين هم عن اللغو معرضون والذين هم للزكاة فاعلون والذين هم لفروجهم حافظون إلا على أزواجهم أو ما ملكت أيمانهم فإنهم غير ملومين فمن ابتغى وراء ذلك فأولئك هم العادون والذين هم لأماناتهم وعهدهم راعون والذين هم على صلواتهم يحافظون أولئك هم الوارثون الذين يرثون الفردوس هم فيها خالدون ولقد خلقنا الإنسان من سلالة من طين ثم جعلناه نطفة في قرار مكين ثم خلقنا النطفة علقة فخلقنا العلقة مضغة فخلقنا المضغة عظاما فكسونا العظام لحما ثم أنشأناه خلقا آخر فتبارك الله أحسن الخالقين ثم إنكم بعد ذلك لميتون ثم إنكم يوم القيامة تبعثون ولقد خلقنا فوقكم 7 طرائق وما كنا عن الخلق غافلين وأنزلنا من السماء ماء بقدر فأسكناه في الأرض وإنا على ذهاب به لقادرون فأنشأنا لكم به جنات من نخيل وأعناب لكم فيها فواكه كثيرة ومنها تأكلون وشجرة تخرج من طور سيناء تنبت بالدهن وصبغ للآكلين وإن لكم في الأنعام لعبرة نسقيكم مما في بطونها ولكم فيها منافع كثيرة ومنها تأكلون وعليها وعلى الفلك تحملون ولقد أرسلنا نوحا إلى قومه فقال يا قوم اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره أفلا تتقون فقال الملأ الذين كفروا من قومه ما هذا إلا بشر مثلكم يريد أن يتفضل عليكم ولو شاء الله لأنزل ملائكة ما سمعنا بهذا في آبائنا الأولين إن هو إلا رجل به جنة فتربصوا به حتى حين قال رب انصرني بما كذبون فأوحينا إليه أن اصنع الفلك بأعيننا ووحينا فإذا جاء أمرنا وفارت النور فاسلك فيها من كل زوجين اثنين وأهلك إلا من سبق عليه القول منهم ولا تخاطبني في الذين ظلموا إنهم مغرقون فإذا استويت أنت ومن معك على الفلك فقل الحمد لله الذي نجانا من القوم الظالمين وقل رب أنزلني منزلا مباركا وأنت خير المنزلين إن في ذلك لآيات وإن كنا لمبتلين ثم أنشأنا من بعدهم قرنا آخرين فأرسلنا فيهم رسولا منهم أن اعبدوا الله ما لكم من إله غيره أفلا تتقون وقال الملأ من قومه الذين كفروا وكذبوا بلقاء الآخرة وأترفناهم في الحياة الدنيا ما هذا إلا بشر مثلكم يأكل مما تأكلون منه ويشرب مما تشربون ولئن أطعتم بشرا مثلكم إنكم إذا لخاسرون أيعدكم أنكم إذا متم وكنتم ترابا وعظاما أنكم مخرجون هيهات هيهات لما توعدون إن هي إلا حياتنا الدنيا نموت ونحيا وما نحن بمبعوثين إن هو إلا رجل افترى على الله كذبا وما نحن له بمؤمنين قال رب انصرني بما كذبون قال عما قليل ليصبحن نادمين فأخذتهم الصيحة بالحق فجعلناهم غثاء فبعدا للقوم الظالمين ثم أنشأنا من بعدهم قرونا آخرين ما تسبق من أمة نجلها وما يستأخرون ثم أرسلنا رسلنا تترى كلما جاء أمة رسولها كذبوه فأتبعنا بعضهم بعضا وجعلناهم محاديث فبعدا لقوم لا يؤمنون.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys doing? And welcome to the fourth session where we're talking about the Seerah, and we're filming this in the midst of a very heavy and very hard conflict. And obviously, our hearts and our du'ats, our supplications are with the people in Palestine. We make du'a for them to have complete victory, and that the people that have been killed, that they are accepted as shuhada, as martyrs. And we seek solace from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and to make our hearts tranquil in these situations, because it's causing us a lot of grief and sadness, frankly. And we look to things like the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and his life as a means of trying to inspire us and to give us solutions, frankly, for these kinds of things as well. So today, inshallah, what we're going to be talking about is from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's birth up until the wahi. So we'll stop at the point where he receives wahi at Ghar Hira. It's big coverage from a time perspective. We're talking about effectively how many years? We're talking about 40 years of the Prophet Muhammad's life. Now you could say, how can you cover 40 years in 2 hours? There's 2 or 3 things to say about that. The first is to say that we don't actually have that much information in this time period, especially when we talk about the authentic seerah, because the writing about the Prophet Muhammad's life actually took place mostly, for the most part, after he became a prophet, because obviously the significance of that. Now, there are some bits of information which give us a skeleton or a timeline or an understanding of exactly what happened with the Prophet ﷺ in his childhood and his upbringing and these kind of things. And that's what we're going to be focusing on. But as a means to try and get you guys, the juices flowing and thinking, we're going to start with an exercise. And the exercise is going to be the following. I'm going to give you a slide. It's going to be the first slide in this thing, where we're going to play a game, effectively. Or we're going to do a competition or game or something. Yes, what you're doing. I've been talking too much. I realize that this needs to be more interactive, and it's going to be this is going to be the challenge. I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes, okay? And what I've got in the next slide is the Prophet Muhammad's lineage. So Muhammad ibn Abdullah, Abdul Muttalib, ibn Abdul Muttalib, etc., etc. The game is up to Adnan, and that's all we have that's authentic. Adnan, this figure, from Adnan to Ismail, whatever we have there is not authentic. So from the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ until Adnan, that's where the authenticity is in terms of the lineage of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. Beyond that, there's nothing completely authentic. The game is then, is to look at their names and see how much you can memorize of the names. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes and then memorize. Yeah, memorize. Yeah. So for example, how many forefathers of the Prophet you can memorize? Okay, 5 minutes. Your time starts now. All right. Ready? Okay, so I'm going to choose some people at random and see how much you guys have done it. Let's see who does the most. Obviously, the ones who are asked first will have an advantage. Last will have the advantage, right? So, Shakir. Put everything away. You haven't come for a long time.
You got to start on the right hand side, man.
No. I start with the ones who are most experienced. And you've been in this Sapiens for what is it now? 2.5 years. So it should be that you have. Okay, tafadhal.
No, this is Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam ibn Abdullah. Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Abdul Muttalib. One second. There's like a line in it. Qusay?
No.
No. Wait, one second, Muhammad.
You only get one more chance.
Wait, relax.
No, there has to be rules.
Muhammad ibn Abdullah ibn Hashim.
Okay.
Ibn Qusay.
لا.
Ibn Kilab.
لا. Okay, so I'm giving you 4. So your score is 4 right now. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good stuff.
Uthman, tell us.
So, Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, Ibn Abdullah, Ibn Abdul Muttalib, Ibn Hashim, Ibn Abdul Manaf, Ibn Qusay, Ibn Kilab, Ibn... begins with an F. No? Okay.
Well, did you get 6? Did you get 6?
7. 6, yeah.
6, okay.
6, yeah.
So you're winning at the moment. Well
I'm
done.
okay with that. 6.
Okay. Ahmed. Let's go.
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam
ابن عبد الله ابن عبد المطلب ابن هاشم ابن عبد مناف ابن قصي ابن كلاب ابن مرة.
Aha, you got 7. You're the current
Wait,
leader.
you said one chance.
No, you're winning.
Oh,
Yeah,
ابن
keep
مرة
going.
ابن كعب
Okay.
ابن لوي ابن غالب ابن فهر.
Fihr. Oh, Fahr. I'll accept. I'll accept Fahr.
Ibn Fahar. That's what I got.
What's that, 9? Or was it 10? Can we count? What's that for Fihr?
7, 8, 9.
Is it 9, yeah?
11. No?
Ahmed.
Oh, 11.
Yeah. Okay.
Then I got 7.
11.
Are you sure about this?
Yeah, Abdullah 1, Abdul Muttalib 2,
Mm.
Hashim 3. Yes, 11.
Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. You're running away from Khan, yeah? You close your eyes very, very... All right, let's go, because all the time you've left us. You've left us, so now you have to make it up. Go on, tell me now.
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam,
That's the son.
Ibn Abdullah,
Mhm.
Ibn Abdul Muttalib,
Mhm.
Ibn Hashim,
Mhm.
Ibn Abdul Manaf,
Mhm.
Ibn Qusay,
Mm.
Ibn Kilab,
Mm-hmm.
Ibn Murrah,
Mm.
Ibn
Okay. What is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that 6?
What's the next one?
Ibn Ka'b. Or is it? How are you counting this?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, you're right about that. All right. You ready, brother? Yeah. I don't know what it is, but I think you're going to do quite well. I don't know what it is. I see some confidence in this guy's face. Let's go for it, bro.
Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ibn Abdullah, Ibn Abdul Muttalib, Ibn Hashim, Ibn Abdul Manaf, Ibn Qusay, Ibn Kilab, Ibn Murrah, Ibn Ka'ab, Ibn Luway,
Mm-hmm.
Ibn Ghalib, Ibn Fihr, Ibn Malik, Ibn Nadr, and that's it. So
That's really good. How many is that?
You won, bro.
well, like 2.
4, 5, 6, 7.
You got to
I need
Malik.
to 9, yeah. That's it.
You got to Malik.
I got to Nadr.
So that's 13, I think.
Oh. Sound like you're ready.
No. Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Ibn Abdullah, Ibn Abdul Muttalib,
Mhm.
Ibn Hashim, Ibn Qusay,
No. Well, you missed one. Well, you got one more chance.
Ibn Kilab,
No, you missed one before Qasai.
no,
Let's
sorry.
have them enough. That's good though. You if you had that, you would have got a good score. All right. Mehmet.
I'm awful like this. Okay.
Oh, that's how you get better.
Muhammad sallallahu Abdullah, Muttalib, Hashim, Abd Manaf, Qusay, Kilab, Marah,
Murrah, yeah.
Murrah, Lazi.
No.
I think on my list it says.
No, there's one before.
Oh, is it?
It's not Lazi, it's Lu'ay, by the way. But there's one before.
Okay, so Kalab. It's after Muhar. Is it not Lavi?
Lu'ay.
Lloyd. No, I think
No,
because
it's
I was
okay.
looking at a different
You got
list,
5. You still got
and then it was
respectable
Ghair.
score.
Ghair.
Is there anyone who have? Oh, I think the Sheikh. I shouldn't have left you for last, Akhi. Huh? The gate. That's I don't know. Akhi. I'm so, okay, go ahead, Sheikh. 1 second.
محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم ابن عبد الله ابن عبد المطلب ابن هاشم ابن عبد مناف ابن قصي ابن كلاب ابن قصي ابن كلاب ابن مرة ابن مرة ابن لؤي
لا
ابن مرة ابن مدركة
لا. Okay, it's Ibn Ka'b. That's before.
ابن كعب ابن لؤي No.
You still got a good score.
Hijab, I was
Yeah.
right, but I was reading from the wrong list.
No, you weren't
No, you're
I was. My list says exactly.
Luway before Ka'b.
ابن مرة ابن كعب ابن لؤي ابن غالب ابن فهر ابن فهر ابن فهر ابن مالك ابن نضر ابن كنانة ابن خزيمة ابن مدركة ابن إلياس ابن نضر مدركة مضر ابن كنانة ابن كنانة ابن خزيمة ابن إلياس.
He wins.
Yeah. So, you see, you would have won if you had one.
None of the
one thing.
stones.
Our brother here, Shabir, sorry. But now you're going to be called Shabir from now on, okay? Shamir has won the competition. I had, for some reason, Akhi, when I saw his face, I saw everyone's face. His face had this quiet confidence. I just knew that he was going to win that competition. Anyway, well done to you. Also, no, he did it without that laptop, let's be honest. Who got second place, by the way?
Me.
Oh, okay. That's
How many
pretty
did
good.
you get?
Who got third? I think it was a draw third place.
I got 7 actually, because if you counted the Prophet's name, I got 7. So
I'm third place, and I got 8.
yeah, you got 8.
I think you're draw third place, I think.
Incredible wrong. He just gave it all random numbers.
Yeah, draw third. But you know what? Well done to everyone, because we don't need all that. I mean, we don't need to know all of that.
Yeah.
But even if you know 4 or 5 of them, it's better than knowing only 1 or 2 of them. I mean, sometimes fadihah is quite embarrassing. Some people they don't even know the name of the Prophet ﷺ's father. And this is one of the, when I went and saw this, one of the Islamophobes, I said to him, so he said, I'm an expert, and again, I've done the reading. I said, so what's the Prophet ﷺ's father called? And he didn't know his dad's name. So that's too much. Like, we need to make sure that, okay, the father, grandfather, maybe the great grandfather, that saves you from being a jahil on the issue. At least. You don't need to know all the names. Anyway, so what we do know about the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is that he was born in Rabi' al-Awwal. And he was born on a Monday. And on those 2 points, Rabi' al-Awwal and Monday, there's no difference of opinion. There is a difference of opinion as to what day it was. Okay, and the majority say it's the 12th day, even though some say it's the 9th. And there's nothing decisive or authentic on this. Like, if there was a decisive, authentic hadith, if we're at the 9th or the 12th, there wouldn't be a difference of opinion. But the fact that, so, that's one thing. Another astrologist called Mahmoud Basha, he said that this would be the 9th of, I think, what did he say? It would be April 571. What day would that be? The 9th of April? I think so. I don't know what he said. I have to find out what day he said. But he said this will be in April 571. Gregorian. And there is a hadith, which by the way, I did some work looking at each of these hadiths to see if they're authentic or not. Like what I'm about to tell you now. So I'm going to go into a bit of a hadith analysis on each of the things. There's many different hadiths about when the Prophet ﷺ was born, some kind of light emanated from his mother, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now there are some hadiths which have been shown to be inauthentic, but there is a hadith saying, or there are hadiths saying that there was a light coming from her mother, from his mother. A lot of those hadiths with that brevity, that there was some kind of light, or that she had a dream of some kind of light. There is a hadith like that, which are authentic. But there are ones which talk about the different towns in the Sham and this and that one is inauthentic. Like the ones which have embellished detail about where the light emanated to and stuff like that, these ones are inauthentic. But in general, there is a hadith which are authentic, which say that some light emanated from his mother, which of course is one of the you would say the miracles, or one of the things which indicates, because it's yani, symbolic in many ways. We believe it's a literal thing that happened, but it's also symbolic in the sense that it symbolizes the light coming to humanity. And what we know is that after the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, the Seerahs say, the Seerah literature says that he was sent to the desert. As many of you will know, this was the custom of the Arabs, and he was sent so that because in the mudun, or in the cosmopolitan cities, there was more disease, there was more physical disease, people were a bit more rough, the language wasn't as pure, so people were sent to the villages. And he was suckled by a particular woman called Halima Sa'diyah. Halima Sa'diyah. And there are hadiths, I tried to look for them, which say that as soon as he came into my life, basically there was a halo of good fortune that basically came about. You know, she had her own son who wouldn't suckle, now he would suckle the goat and all these kind of things. I couldn't find the authentication, like a hadith which is at the level of authentic, referring to these things. Having said that, it's so common, that particular narration, that almost every seerah that I've come across does actually mention this. What is clear is that he's this incident, which is of the opening of the chest of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. This is mentioned in Sahih Muslim. And in fact, there's more than one hadith about it. So when the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam got to a certain age, he was playing around with Banu Sa'd kids, because Banu Sa'd was a particular tribe where he went out with them, and he was with the Banu Sa'd kids. And one day a man came, he grabbed the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and he opened his chest, and obviously we consider this to be a miracle. He took his heart out, put it into a basin which is golden, and he removed the impediment inside of it, which was hadh shaitan, or effectively what the devil's influence from that, and then he re-put it into the chest of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the kids, the Banu Sa'd kids, went and they thought that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam had been murdered. Now this is an extraordinary event, obviously. It's one that if a secular person was here and said this is a kind of fairy tale, this is actually a kind of legend. And in fact, I think it's important for us to mention that some shubuhat have been put on this issue. And I'll tell you what shubuhat have been put on this issue. The first is that people say, well, why the heart? And this would indicate that there's something about the heart which has a cognitive ability maybe, or that it has some kind of spiritual, why the heart? We know now the human being, he is a cognitive human being, or the cognition happens in the center of that is the brain. So I'm being a materialist here and just like arguing the point to say to the Muslim, this story in the beginning of the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad's life, where the Prophet was taken and his heart was taken out, and then the black spot of his heart was washed and stuff like that, it makes no sense, because even if we say there's evilness in the human being, why would it be located in the heart in a physical sense? And then there's a secondary thing which they say, look, the Quran even indicates, and this I think is in the next slide, the Quran even indicates, yes, actually the one after that, the Quran even indicates, and the Hadith indicates, that the heart itself is the center of cognition. Yeah, for example, there's two ayahs they'll bring, but before that, there's a Hadith that there is a part of the body, إذا صلحت وصلحت
ألا إن في كل جسد مضغة
مضغة إذا
فإذا
صلحت
صلحت
صلح
صلح الجسد كله.
So it's that the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith after when he became a prophet, he said that there is a part of the body that if it's rectified, the entire body is rectified. Yeah, and ألا وهي القلب, and that part of the body, that mudgha, that part of the body is the heart. And in fact, there's ayahs in the Quran, two in particular, which is Surah Al-Hajj, for example, where it says, the shahid of it is وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَلْ قُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ, that it's not the absar, it's not the visions. In Surah Al-Hajj it mentions in chapter 46, in verse 46, it's not the visions that become blind, but it is the hearts inside the visions which become blind. I'll tell you why I'm bringing this to your attention, because this is what they say. The materialist is saying, look, if you look at the Quran and the Sunnah, it's clear, and with this story, it's clear that what's happening is that the Islamic narrative indicates that the heart is the center of consciousness and is the center of cognition, not the brain, which shows you a backward understanding of the scientific process, which actually indicates to us that most of our cognitions happen in the brain. And they say, look at this verse in the Quran, it corroborates the situation that happened, because you've got here the inshiqaq al-sadr of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, you've got the opening of the heart, you've got these verses in the Quran, you've got this other hadith, which indicates that the Quranic understanding is there's something about the heart itself, which is a backward, ancient understanding, which shows you that Islam is not in line with science. This is the kind of shubuhat that come from, or the kind of doubts that come from this line of thinking. So there's two ayahs that they use in the Quran, one in Surah Al-Hajj, and the other one in Surah Al-A'raf, where at the end of it says, لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا, as you mentioned, yeah? They have hearts that they don't understand with those hearts. So here it's لَا يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا. Fiqh effectively is understanding. So it's indicating that there's some kind of understanding happening in the heart. This is how they build the case. The answer to this is as follows. First of all, if you look at the tafsir of chapter 22 verse 46, which talks about وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَلْ الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ, that certainly it's the hearts that become blind. Even the Salaf understood this to be a kind of, if you like, spiritual blindness. And I'll explain to you how. That, for example, I've mentioned here, Qatada mentions, so actually let's go to Mujahid. Mujahid mentions there's two kinds of visions. There's visions that come from the two eyes in the head, and then there is a vision that comes from the heart, which is a spiritual vision. So you can already look at the Salaf and say it's a spiritual vision and these kind of things. It's not necessarily to be said that the vision is actually the vision of, the way we, for example, I see this bottle, that what is being referred to is that the hearts are blind, that I can see this bottle, I cannot see this bottle. That Mujahid would indicate through his words, would go to the vision of the faculties on the head, which are the eyes, for example, the visions and so on. So this indicates already the Salaf understood from this a kind of, I'm going to say, metaphoric meaning, or a spiritual meaning, at least. The Salaf understood it like that. But there's more to be said about this. Ibn Jarir Tabari also mentioned that actually this particular ayah came down Ibn Maktoum, who was blind, and as you know, he was one of the people that gave adhan and stuff. And the messaging to that was that it's not really the blindness of this dunya, of this world, which is problematized. It's the blindness of guidance. So although Ibn Maktoum was blind from one perspective, he had vision from another perspective, which is a spiritual perspective. That's why the ayah came in talking about him. So already you can say from one perspective, when Allah says, وَلَكِنْ تَعْمَلْ قُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ, the ama here, or the blindness that it's talking about in the hearts, is not the blindness of the eyes, effectively. You know what I mean? So that's all the visions from one perspective. However, having said this, the question of where's the aql comes into play. The aql is the shorthand for rationality or the intellect. Does Islam indicate that the aql is in the brain? Actually, there's no hadith, and it's true. There's no hadith and there's no Quranic verse that says that the aql, or the idea of it, the intellect of the human being, or consciousness, or anything like that, is located in any one place. The mahal of the aql. Where is the mahal? This is the mahal, means where's the location of the aql. There is no indication in the Quran and Sunnah that the mahal of the aql, or the location of the aql, or of the intellect, is in the heart, or is in the brain, or is in the soul, or anywhere in particular. Which is why Ibn Taymiyyah, quoting Ahmad ibn Hanbal, by the way, which, as you know, a person who is very strict on the literal interpretation of the Quran and Sunnah, he actually said that this was their theory, and this is not based on nas, but he said that where the aql is, where the heart is filled up with information, then the information goes to the brain. They understood the brain as having, the early scholars, Ibn Taymiyyah mentioned, understood that the aql is in two different places, effectively. Is in the brain and is in the heart. They understood it like that. It's in more than one place. So this is one interesting thing. I've given you the references for that as well. So the question is it in the brain? Because a lot of the early scholars, especially from the philosophers, like Ibn Rushd and those guys, would say, no, it's in the brain. Ibn Sina said, no, it's in the brain. Those other guys said, no, it's in the heart. And there's other guys, third party, said, no, it's in both. The aql is in the heart, in both. Aql is actually, it's very interesting. I did a research one time, what is aql? How is it even defined? And they said aql, intellect, is defined as ghariza. تميز الإنسان عن سائر الحيوانات, or it's some kind of غريزة, literally an impulse which distinguishes the human being from other animals. So the idea of aql is a conceptual idea. It's not really effectively located in one place. And this definition is somewhere, is in most places. Like Al-Ghazali, I think, mentions this. Definitely Ibn Taymiyyah mentions this, and many other people as well. Having said that, though, it does indicate, like, I mean, let's be honest, the fact that the physical heart was taken out of the body of the Prophet ﷺ, it indicates there's something going on with the physical heart. Because if we say the whole thing is metaphoric, I don't think that would be giving justice to what we are witnessing here. Yes, these ayahs in the Quran, you could argue, as we have and shown, that, okay, it's not talking about actual physical material blindness, it's talking about spiritual blindness. Okay, fine. But the second ayah, which is that they have hearts which they don't understand with, it could indicate very clearly that their heart has a cognitive function. And the fact that the heart was taken out of the body of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and then put into a basin which was gold and washed with Zamzam water, and something was taken out of that heart, indicates there is some level of interactivity between the heart, maybe, and the soul, maybe. Or, to go further, that the heart has some kind of cognitive function. Yes?
Sorry, did any other prophet go through the same procedure as our prophet?
Not that I've come across. No, I haven't come across that yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah?
I wanted to ask you, you know the notion of the heart having some kind of feeling? You know, how... follow what your heart says, don't follow your brain, and that kind of notion. Yeah, how did that come into play in the first instance? Do you know, like, even before Islam? Because I want to understand why they even put the heart into play here.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you what, this is something which many cultures believed in the past. Heartbroken, even a lot of the stuff that we say nowadays is there. The question is there any scientific basis for this? And you'll be surprised that there is. Look at the next slide. There have been, and there is, a plethora now, it's almost undeniable, of scientific information which indicates that there are a bundle of neurons in the heart which have the potential of cognitive process. In fact, there's a whole institute in California called the Heart Math Institute, and they specialize in looking at the cognitive process of the heart. And so they say, what is it, 80,000, 40,000? It's much less than the maybe tens of hundreds of millions of neurons in the brain. But nevertheless, there are neurons in the brain, in the heart, which have the ability to think effectively, and they call this the brain in the heart thesis. And you can do your own research in your own time, but this is in peer-reviewed scientific journals. So already, even if one takes it to that, and if someone says, for the sake of argument, yes, why does the Quran says that you cannot deny that there is some kind of connectivity on a material, cognitive level that the heart. And I was even reading some of these journals, and it was saying that the heart can actually receive information directly, and then it goes to the brain. And this kind of thing would think to you, it's like almost fairy tale like. How could it be? So the idea of being heartbroken has a physical dimension now. I mean, it can be heartbroken. Does it hurt your heart physically? There's something going on with your heart. So this is one particular abstract. Scientists have reported pain is created by the brain. This is not entirely true. This may not be entirely true. Pain is not a sensory experience, but can also be associated with emotional, cognitive, and social experiments. The heart is considered a source of emotions, desire, and wisdom. Therefore, the aim of this article is to review the available evidence about the role of the heart in pain modulation. And then you can see that he effectively tells you there is an effect of the heart in pain modulation. And so look at this one here, the next one. They do a lot of the research on rats and stuff like that, and this is a BBC article telling you about this, the bundles and the neurons that are there in the rat. And look at this one. This is not just a pump. The heart contains an intrinsic nervous system that exhibits both short and long-term memory functions. The intrinsic nervous system of the heart consists of approximately 40,000 neurons called sensory neurites, which relay information to the brain. You see, it is possible that these neurons play a pivotal part in memory transfer. What is truly surprising is the discovery that the heart also functions as an endocrine organ. In other words, like thyroid gland or the adrenal gland, it produces several hormones, including cardiac. I don't know how to pronounce this, by the way. This hormone exerts its effect on blood vessels, kidneys, adrenal glands, and a large number of regulatory regions of the brain. So very interesting, because as you know, neurotransmitters and hormones, they affect how you feel. So it's not only that it's pain and pleasure, but we're talking here about cognition and memory. Yes?
You said there are two verses about the qalb. There's another verse, أَفَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَتَكُونُ لَهُم قُلُوبٌ يَفْقَهُونَ بِهَا يَعْقِلُونَ بِهَا. The heart is said to do the job of aql. يَعْقِلُونَ بِهَا.
Yeah, but that's, if we go back to that verse, say that verse again.
أفلم يسيروا في الأرض فتكون لهم قلوب يعقلون بها
أو
آذان يسمعون ولكن تعمى القلوب.
No, that's the one that we mentioned.
The same words. The same words. At the end it said ولكن تعمى القلوب. It's blind, yeah? It's blind.
No, I mean, that's the verse I mentioned. Like what you just mentioned there is matla al-ayah. It's the same ayah I mentioned.
Yeah, but that's the different what لهم قلوب لا يفقهون بها.
لا the first ayah أفلم يسيروا في الأرض فيكون لهم قلوب يعقلون بها أو آذان يسمعون بها أو is it something else?
فإنها لا تعمل الأبصار ولكن تعمل
فإنها لا تعمل الأبصار ولكن تعمل القلوب التي في الصدور. That is the ayah the first ayah that we mentioned, but that's the beginning of the ayah. I jumped to the end of it.
Yeah.
That's why. But these are the two main ayahs I mentioned. And in fact, you'll be surprised that Ibn Uthaymeen, the Salafi scholar of the nowadays, he had a whole discussion about this. And he was talking about the mahal of the qalb and the dima is the qalb, the mahal of the aql is the qalb and stuff. He's saying it's in the heart. A lot of Salafi scholars took that very, very literally. Even though Ibn Taymiyyah, who's effectively their go-to person in terms of going to a predecessor, has this more nuanced view about it's more in the dimagh, it's more in this or this and that. So you have to look at all of these in these things. Yeah.
I just wanted to mention some other evidence that I don't know if it's authentic or not, but I was reading something where during heart surgery, the one who gets the heart, he exhibits some personality change.
Yes.
And it's not total personality change, but he does exhibit some personality change.
Yes.
Which they say it's of the person who's the heart belongs to.
Yeah, no, I've read parts of books, not the whole book, but parts of books of people that say that I've had heart transfer, transplant of somebody else's heart, and now and their partners and stuff would say that actually now we have different things that we like.
Yeah.
We have different emotions and different things, and it turns out the thing they like is in line with what the person that gave the heart like. Paragliding, all of a sudden I was jumping out of planes and doing paragliding and stuff like that.
How does that work with pig hearts?
I don't know, but I had a woman near where I lived who actually had a pig heart, because that is one of the hearts that, subhanAllah,
that you can.
That's the only thing I think, the only heart that a human being can have a transplant with is a pig heart.
You can only have a portion of it.
Is that right?
You can't have a complete pig heart.
A portion of pig
like
heart.
Arnold Schwarzenegger's got like a quarter.
Oh really?
Oh yeah.
Which explains his recent support for Israel.
So yeah, you're right.
So maybe this is. But the point is, this is that subhanAllah, that woman that was she had a pink house. And I know this sounds ridiculous. It's the worst thing. I was trying to go from
PhD level evidence.
I'm telling you. I don't know, but it would have been shocking if she went to the farm and started rolling around. That would be decisive. Well, Allah says, نَزَّلَهُ عَلَى قَلْبِكَ. Allah says He sent it down to your heart. Like Allah said about the Quran, He says He sent it down to your heart. He didn't say نَزَّلَهُ عَلَى دِمَاغِكَ. He didn't say He sent it down to your brain. So maybe indeed the heart needs to be purified in a certain manner, so that it can receive the Quran in a certain way as well. Allahu Alam. But certainly there is an interconnectivity there, where a lot of it which can be, I'm saying, identified or proven on a material level. And remember, there's still a dimension there with a ruhani dimension, a ruh. يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الرُّوحِ قُلْ رُوحٌ مِنْ أَمْرِ رَبِّي. They ask you about the ruh, the soul, say that the soul is from the command of Allah, and you don't know about, or you have not been given of that much knowledge of the soul. So is the heart the seat of the soul? Is there a connection between the brain, the heart, and the soul? These are questions Allah has told us in the Quran we have not been given except for small knowledge about it. But nevertheless, this whole incident, the reason why I bring this to your attention is because if someone now comes and says, well, your Quran got it wrong because it's talking about the heart as having a cognitive faculty, say, wait, hold on. The heart does have a cognitive faculty according to peer review. And number two, it's not saying that's only the only place with the cognitive faculty. Which is why our scholars, even the Salaf said, for example, Ibn Taymiyyah and Imam Ahmad, that it's a combination of the aql or the intellect or the rationality is in combination of different places. And of them is the heart, and of them is the brain, and of them is this, and maybe the soul as well. We don't know exactly where it is, the pinpoint, the mahal of it. But this is not an argument against Islam. In fact, if anything, it's an argument for Islam. It's, once again, the attack has become an argument for us. Any questions on that?
Could we say that maybe wisdom comes from the heart and knowledge comes from the brain?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know where it comes from. I mean, it could come from a combination of both. Like, you know, when Imam Ahmad and Ibn Taymiyyah following him said that when the brain is when the heart is filled up, the information goes to the brain. Yeah, that was based on maybe his understanding of science at the time, maybe his understanding of processes. We don't have to believe in that because there's no hadith that says this. The takeaway from that is he finds it acceptable to believe, just like many of them, that the information is in more than one center in the brain, in the body. It's in the heart, it's in the brain. He doesn't consider it to be a contradiction to the Islamic text. He doesn't consider it to be an affront to this incident of the Seerah. He doesn't consider it, and so on and so forth. So where exactly do we have information for what? No one actually knows. These are the things, like, for example, transplants are one of the best ways of finding out, and looking at rat hearts and seeing the bundles of neurons and stuff like that. But it shows you it's so weird that we thought for such a long time that the heart was just a pump. And only recently we're really getting all this information showing it's not a pump, actually. It's way more complex than that. And it's given credence to all of these things that when people say, it's not just a figure of speech, we say, my heart is broken. Then there is a layer of material evidence now that supports the idea of heartbreak being a physical process. A very powerful thing, isn't it? But then that it's not just about, this has implications on psychology. It has implications on many things because it's not just about manipulating the neurotransmitters in the brain, because there could be even neurotransmitters being affected in the heart. It's not about just manipulate. You are not just a brain and a body. You're more than that. You're more complicated than that.
What about stress?
Yeah.
Stress, like when.
Well, if they're saying that neurotransmitters and hormones are affected by the heart processes, then obviously stress is adrenaline is a stress hormone, right? So if it affects the adrenal gland, if something in the heart can affect the adrenal, then it affects stress by extension. I mean, when you're stressed out, what your body does responding to that is it produces adrenaline. That's what it does.
There's cases of like old people who've been together 50 years, and once the wife dies, the husband dies a week later. And so many cases of that.
Yeah, and
lot of cases.
The heartbreak. People die from heartbreak. It's actually a thing. Anyway, so let's move on. So that is one thing. Talking about heartbreak, and the Prophet ﷺ himself suffered a lot of heartbreak. And one of them is that he, subhanAllah, and if you really think about it, I think we don't emphasize this enough when we're talking about the Seerah of the Prophet, is that he lost both of his parents at a very young age. And that really humanizes the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ to people. Because when you think about the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, why do we always imagine, okay, yes, he was a warrior, yes, he was a political leader and a statesman, but the first thing that doesn't come to your mind is a man who lost both of his parents and then lost all of his children except for one. Like, he's suffered the most heartbreak that you can humanly imagine anyone suffering. He lost both of his parents as a child, and he lost all of his children as an adult.
His wife and uncle in the same year as well.
And his wife and uncle in the same year.
Beloved wife and beloved uncle. Yeah.
So the question is, when did he lose his parents? And once again, I couldn't find any authentic hadith on either the mother or the father. So in terms of when the mother passed away, there are 3 or 4 opinions I found. One opinion says 4 years old, one opinion says 5 years old, 6 years old, and 7 years old. So there's clearly no hadith that's authentic about this, but it's definitely in that time period, yani. And Ibn Ishaq is very staunch in saying that the father of the Prophet ﷺ died when she was still pregnant with him, so before she gave birth to him. But other people have different opinions. For example, one I've come across 2 months, I've come across 8 months and 28 months. The truth is we don't know, because there's no authentic narration that comes, and it tells us about this. When exactly did his father pass away? Abdul Muttalib died, or his granddad, as you know now because you've done the lineage thing, died when he was Either 2 years or 8 years. Well, that's a big difference, isn't it? So when did he die? We don't know exactly unfortunately, when he died, but we know that it was when he was a boy. We don't know exactly about this thing for a fact, but these are some of the opinions. Now, if you consider the fact that Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was an orphan, if you consider the fact he was an orphan, what does it do? When you're an orphan, it allows you to be empathetic. It does, especially with other orphans. And you'll find that the religion of Islam, and we don't mention this enough, and I think we should, the religion of Islam is the most ancient religion which discusses orphans. أنا وكافل اليتيم كهاتين في الجنة. It's a hadith of the Prophet أو كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم. Me and the one who looks after the yatim or the orphan is like this, and he done this in Jannah. And there's so many hadith of the Prophet Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم where he's talking about orphans, and the Quran talks about orphans a lot. Surah An-Nisa is filled with references to the orphans, and sometimes, subhanallah, Allah mentions orphans and women in the same space, because women, although it's not the same as an orphan that has no protection, but she can suffer from a lack of protection as well. يستفتونك في النساء قل الله يفتيكم فيهن وما يتلى في الكتاب في يتامى النساء. For example, that they ask you about women. Allah says in the Quran, they ask you about women. Allah will tell you about women, and what is being mentioned in the book في يتامى النساء, about women who have come from an orphan background, particularly. Yeah, so this is the famous verse on polygamy. We don't remember sometimes, or remind ourselves, that it actually came in the context of looking after orphans, which shows you that the idea of, look, Muslim men in particular are commissioned, and Muslim people in general are commissioned to look after orphans in the society. You have to seek them out, because these are people who have lost the most important if you like, support system that you can have, which are parents at a very young age. So we are commissioned to find the orphan and to protect the orphan and to help the orphan. And obviously now, what's happening in Palestine, of all the negative things that are happening, one positive thing is give us opportunity to go, and after this situation subdues or subsides or the dust settles, then there's going to be a lot of orphans that we can help. And that's allowing people across the world to have a lot of good deeds from the situation. Because a lot of them have lost their parents, and you can see how sad it is, and especially people in that context, in battle zones and war zones and stuff like that, to seek out the orphan and try and help out the orphan is a huge part of the religion of Islam. It's many verses mentioned about it, many hadith mentioned about it. But the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was given special, like one of the things, he was given a special empathetic spirit. By being an orphan himself, he can associate with the idea of orphanhood in a more deep and meaningful manner. So that's one of the benefits of the Prophet ﷺ being an orphan. And in addition to that, self-reliance. Because when you don't have the most important support system, then you are forced to fend for yourself. Tawakkul, the idea of reliance on Allah alone. I mean, imagine his parents died, and then his granddad died. And then after that, when he got a bit older, his uncle died. So everyone is dying that is closest to him. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So this shows you that Allah wants him to attach to him and rely on him directly. And it produces the deepest forms of tawakkul, or reliance on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So that's clearly one of the things, and compassion. And we forget the fact that وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. The Prophet ﷺ was sent as a compassion for all of humankind, as a mercy to all of humankind. And part of that is that he lived the impoverished life. He didn't live this silver spoon lifestyle. He didn't. A lot of people now want to make the Prophet, for their own agendas, into like almost a middle class or upper class man who's got this big money. And no, he lived a very, very, very difficult childhood. Very difficult childhood. And his parents died, and his uncle died, and then his wife died, and all of these died, and then his children died. Like, what more? How much more grief can a human being? And it's really incredible, because I was looking a little bit about the psychology of orphans. And this goes to the next slide. I was looking at, and this is, because if you think about an orphan, right, what do you think the psychology of an orphan is going to be like? And so I looked at a few psychological studies, and this is one thing that was being said. 5 themes describe the psychosocial effects of maternal death on participants, namely hunger and food insecurity, unequal treatment in the household, negative psychological emotions, prolonged bereavement, and maintaining silence. If you look at the temperament of the average orphan, even when they grow older, they have a lot of negative and pessimistic worldview. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is such a notable exception of this, that it acts as not only an inspiration for all orphans in the world, because there's no orphan that has achieved what the Prophet, or any human in fact, that has achieved what the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ has achieved. But it's against the odds, because if you're an orphan, that you are put in a position where the difficulty of being an orphan, the pathologies that you would acquire, the temperament that you would likely have, the pessimism that you likely have. But the Prophet ﷺ, كَانَ يُعْجِبُهُ الْفَأْلِ. Actually, he used to be very optimistic. So how could it be that a man who's faced so much difficulty, whose family died, his mother died, his father died, still is able to not only be optimistic, but let that optimism permeate to an entire polity, such that they will become one of the most mighty civilizations the world has ever known. Objectively, it's not even a matter of fact. It's not even a matter of opinion. It's a fact. A man who's effectively started as an orphan. You know how to talk about rags to riches. There is no rags to riches. I'm not even saying riches. It's the wrong words to use. But there is no against the odds story that is more powerful than this story. A man who started as an orphan in the desert, his mum died and his dad died, has become one of the most, if not actually, according to them, the most influential man of all time.
How many of our names have Muhammad in it?
Exactly. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is a shocking turnaround. It's the most inspirational thing I've ever heard in my life. It's the most inspirational thing you ever come across. There's nothing more inspiration that you're going to come across than that. And so this shows you against the odds. Okay, so another thing which we will cover, and remember this, you'll be surprised, the actual amount of hadith that relate to the Prophet ﷺ's life before the age of 40 are not that many. So we talked about the opening of this chest because it was an extraordinary event. It's been recorded. And then we have an event which the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, he went to Syria with his uncle Abu Talib. Very similar, a very famous event in many ways, because it's mentioned in all the books of Seerah. And there are many ahadith that talk about this situation of when he went to Syria, and he met this monk, Rahib Buhaira. This particular Jewish Rahib monk called Buhaira. And there's many different hadiths, different wordings and stuff, but the story goes as follows. He went with Abu Talib and he saw this particular Rahib, this particular monk. And the monk said to him, to his uncle, he said to him, this is going to be like a prophet. And he said, how did you know? He said, because when I saw him, I saw that the clouds were sheltering him and prostrating to him, and I saw that the trees were prostrating to him. Now this is mentioned in many books. It's mentioned in the Dala'il of Al-Bayhaqi and many of different places. Al-Dhahabi has some critical words to say about this particular hadith. Dhahabi, who's a student of Ibn Taymiyyah and is a very big scholar, in Seerah A'lam al-Nubala in particular, in this particular book of hadith, he says, but there's some things about this particular hadith which are problematic. One more thing I should mention is that the hadith also mentioned that one of the ways that I found out that this was a prophet was that he had the seal of the prophet. So we're talking about the physical description of the prophet, which looked like an apple, and it was the back of his back. There are parts of the hadith, Al-Dhahabi said that there's problematic aspects. For example, the hadith mentioned Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, and Abu Bakr as-Siddiq was, he said it was 2 years between, how could he be there? It mentioned Bilal, and this was before Bilal was even it was a slave to Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, so why is he mentioning that? And then he mentions why would Al-Dhahabi is being critical here, even though by the way the Asanid are sahih, surprisingly. Like most of the scholars that I've seen that have come across this particular chain of narration say it's authentic. But Al-Dhahabi, despite the chain being authentic, is criticizing the content of the hadith. And he's a massive scholar himself. He's saying, look, the chain is authentic, but how could Bilal be mentioned here? Bilal was not there. And he's saying, how could it be that the clouds are doing sujood and protecting him and sheltering the Prophet, and then you got the trees doing it at the same time? Why would there need to be both doing it? If one of them is doing it, the other one doesn't need to do it. So, what do we make of that? I've heard some modern seerah people talk about it and embellish it and say, well, actually, these are legends and fabrications. And it's true, Al-Dhahabi used some strong language for some parts of the hadith. It said it's munkar. Some parts of it is munkar. But to delete the complete hadith, I think is problematic as well. Because the truth of the matter is that the hadith is authentic narration. Like Mubarak Furi, for example, the one who wrote the Sealed Nectar, he said, look, the hadith has an asal. Yes? But there are aspects of the hadith which are problematic. And that's a healthy way of dealing with the hadith. A lot of people, like modern seerah, or people that they will say that, for example, they would mention the point, this hadith, the Orientalists use it, I've heard this, the Orientalists use it to show how the Prophet got information. This is another shubha now. How he got information about other civilizations, about Christians, about Jews and so on, because the Quran is filled with stories about Christians and Jews. Surely then, this offers a suitable explanation. So when he was younger, he went with Abu Talib and he went to this rahib, this monk, and this monk probably told him all the stories of Moses and Abraham and Jesus and this one and that one, and he took it, even though I wouldn't know why he would tell him about Jesus if he was a Jew. But anyway, no problem, because he doesn't believe in it. But let's say, for the sake of argument, he took all these stories, collected them when he was about 8 years old, because he must have been some very intelligent child at that age, memorized all of the stories with the details, and he came back and this is the idea, that he made the Quran using the stories that he got from this particular rahib, this particular monk. So some modern seerah people have said, actually that's why we should just negate the whole hadith, because it gives ammunition effectively to the Orientalists. And some of them say, well, and this idea as well of the prostrations and all that, it's legend and it's fantastical. This is the words that they would use. It's legend and it's fantastical, and we don't need to. But in response, I would say, well, this idea of the heart coming out and being put in the golden plate, for me, is more, if you want to be materialist, would be considered by their standards to be more legendary and fantastical. So that's not really a good reason to reject the hadith. You can say you reject parts of the hadith for that, but to speak for a long time about rejecting this whole incident that took place, as is suggested by some modern seerah people, I think is a stretch too far, actually. And it shows potentially a back-footed approach to the Orientalist. Because, remember, our arguments to the Orientalists, I want to renew this, our argument to the Orientalists is even if you consider all of the stories of the Quran relating to the Old Testament and New Testament, which have a correspondence with them, our argument is the Quran corrects the Old Testament and New Testament. So whatever you want to say about the Quran, the Prophet ﷺ got this information from this one or that one, it doesn't matter, because we have a correction thesis, or we have a correction argument that we're making. So whatever you want to say, even what you're saying is not correct, because the Prophet ﷺ went to Syria. If he went to Syria, how long did he stay there with the rahib anyway? I mean, he would have had to stay there for a very long time to go through all of the lessons. Every day he had lessons with his uncle sitting there, as if the uncle now has time as well, on his hands. We're all sitting there. Today we're going to be speaking about Abraham. Tomorrow we're going to speak about Ismail. The other one we're going to speak about this one, and then that one, and then we're going to go into detail. And he was 8 years old, and he retained the information. He came back and made Quran.
And that assumes that the monk knows it.
Yeah. 30 years later, yeah.
Yeah, and that assumes that the monk knows everything as well.
And he knows everything as well. Yeah. So, and that the monk would divulge all this information to him for what? What's the incentive of the monk giving him all this information? A boy coming from the Arabian Peninsula.
And not someone else.
But the undercut to this argument anyway is the correction narrative. We say, okay, well, you've got stories in the Old Testament, we've got stories in the Quran, our stories correct your stories, so how could, even if you say he copied, how did he know what to copy? We would always go to that argument anyway. So the point is we shouldn't reject the hadith because of the consequences of accepting it. You reject the hadith or aspects of it because of the nature of the hadith, the matan or the sanad. And the sanad is sahih according to the majority. So if there are aspects of the hadith which are problematic, then we can reject those aspects of the hadith which are problematic. We don't have to reject the whole thing. So that's the story of Buhayra. Any questions on that?
So sorry, when we're looking at hadiths, for example, and we find a sahih hadith, you said we can question contents of a hadith instead of rejecting all of it. That's allowed.
We don't question the content. So for example, Dhahabi questioned it. He's a major scholar of hadith.
Yeah, like a
muhaddith. If we have someone who's done that in the past, we can go. And if someone says, "Look, I don't this hadith for me, I agree with the Dhahabi, and therefore I don't accept it," I'm not going to say you're a deviant. I'm not going to say, "Oh, you're a hadith rejecter." He doesn't reach that level. But what I'm saying is, if the motivations of rejecting a hadith is because you don't want to give the Orientalists an argument, or because it has what you consider to be fantastical elements, because you're living in the 21st century, even though you believe in hadith, even though the same modern people that make the seerah argument would accept a lower level hadith, like a da'if jiddan hadith, which this isn't, by the way, on issues which, and put it in their seerah, and mention it as if it's fact. Do you know what I mean? Even though there's even more problems with what they're mentioning. Does that make sense? Yeah. So it shows that there isn't a consistent policy regarding the authenticity of hadith in many of the modern seerahs. If you want to be strict with the authenticity of hadith, you should be strict with everything. Tell everyone, like what we're trying to do now, this is authentic, this we don't really know, because this is da'if. Just do that, if you want to do that. But if you're going to say that, okay, well, I'm going to be critical of my own self, and you've got all this baggage of the 21st century, I'm not really interested in, that kind of rejection of hadith for those purposes. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Or it's fantastical and it's legendary. According to whom, yani? Isra al-Ma'raj, when we cover it, we'll see, and this is going to be a very interesting session, by the way, especially with the physics. We're going to talk about time travels and all that kind of stuff, and yes, we are. Because, the Isra al-Ma'raj, did that happen when the Prophet ﷺ saw Jannah and Nar, for example? Was he going into the future? Is it possible to go into the future? Is it different to go into the future than go into the past? I mean, Stephen Hawking, for example, said going into the past is impossible, logically impossible, but going into the future is possible. So because speed and time are connected, so if you go so fast, you can go into the future. So when the Prophet ﷺ was taken, was that something which is time travel effectively or not? These are questions that we're going to grapple with. But the point I'm making is, if you believe in things like that, if you believe in situations like that with Isra al-Ma'raj, where the Prophet ﷺ, when he came down, he even knew that saying it to the people, they will disbelieve in him. He knew that. Because the hadith that we covered last 2 sessions ago, it says what? That he was hazinan. The Prophet was hazin. He was sad after the Isra al-Ma'raj. And Abu Jahl was there saying, go and tell the people what you told me. And then when he told the people, some of them rejected Islam. Because it was seen to be outside of I can't believe this. But he knew, and we said that the proof of authenticity of the Prophet is that he knew that people would reject it. Even then, he said it, he narrated it. So there are things which in our religion, it took the early generation a leap of faith, if you like, to believe. So if we're going to believe in that, this story is here, like the tree doing prostration, or the cloud doing that, for me is much less. If I say, wallahi, if someone in this room said to me, I went to such and such a place, and then the cloud came over me, and it was like it was prostrating over me and protecting me from the sun, I say, I believe you. But if someone came to me today and said, look, I went up into the sky and came back, I said, this guy, have you been taking a hallucinogen? Because this it's much higher level. So if you're going to believe in that, bab awla, you believe in all the other ones. Don't reject hadith for this reason. Anyway.
Could I ask a question as well? How is it that we have such immense amounts of detail in these hadiths, yet we don't know when the Prophet ﷺ's granddad died? Like, why is it that's like...
Because it was early generation, no one was writing that stuff down, because they didn't know who was the Prophet yet. He was not Prophet.
But didn't he say it? Didn't he explain it to them?
No. He might have, but we don't have the authentic narration. That's the problem.
Because these are like important events in the Prophet's life, and we don't have it, but we have little details of something that could be deemed as unimportant.
The thing is what we have is what is required for our guidance. And for me, it makes no difference if the Prophet ﷺ's granddad died when he was 7 or 6. Zero difference. They're not really important details for the guidance of humanity. And there is a controversial hadith which is sahih. I don't know if you guys have come across it, and I don't really want to bring it up because it's controversial even among Muslim people. But about the Sahabi who the Prophet said that to him, that your father is in hell, and he says, my father and your father.
Yeah.
Have you come across that?
Yeah.
So, the point is that there's not that much in. That's a very interesting hadith, actually, if you think about the face of it, because a lot of Orientalists, they say the Prophet was trying to glorify his parents. This hadith, by the way, cuts all of that. Right.
But how could he? And this is just a question based on what you said. How can his father have gone to hell when Islam wasn't?
Beautiful. So that's what the scholars differ about. How could it be that?
Unless he was ethically wrong and judged according to his.
He wasn't sent. And there's ijma' on the fact that you could not be punished until you were sent the Prophet, and he wasn't the Prophet yet. So how could he be punished? And some scholars say, for example, Ibn Taymiyyah and others, they say that actually what this shows is that, you know how most scholars, or a lot of them at least, say that when someone dies, what's going to happen to them if they have not received the message of Islam? And some say that you will be subjected to a test. So some scholars say that this test effectively has the Prophet Muhammad saying about the future. So he's saying that, you know, for example, in the hadith of the woman, the prostitute, who gave water to a dog and she went to Jannah. Well, the Jannah hasn't come yet, in the sense that, you know, the Day of Judgment has yet to come. So it's like a future prediction of what's going to happen based on wahi. So a lot of scholars would say that this hadith is talking about what's going to happen, what's going to be the ultimate demise of the Prophet Muhammad's father. But the idea is that this hadith itself, it breaks the narrative, which is that the Prophet Muhammad was trying to glorify his tribe and his people and his father and his mother and all of this. Because if he was trying to glorify everything that was related to him, this hadith, it acts as a thorn in the side of anyone who says that. Anyway, so these are the kinds of hadith that we have. Any questions on that? Yeah.
Maybe it's pedantic, but didn't Stephen Hawking say that if you travel faster than light, then you can see the past rather than the future? Because you're traveling faster than light, therefore you should be able to see the past.
He was talking about the past, not the future.
Yeah.
No, I think he said the opposite. I'm pretty sure. Like, because he has a book called The Brief History of Time.
Can you Google it?
And in that book, he's got a whole chapter on time travel. And he says, because you know, when you go into the past, you've got things like the grandfather paradox and all this kind of stuff. Because if you have an antecedent cause, even if he said it, it doesn't matter. Like, you know, he's not an authority. What I'm saying now is the case.
Yeah, if someone is going faster, then he should go to the future, not to the...
Oh, yeah, it says Stephen Hawking did not believe that time travel to the past is possible.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure about this. No, I did read the book pretty meticulously. He has a chapter on time travel, and he says that in the past it's not possible, but in the future it's possible. And if you think about logically, it's the case, because if you think about the following, right? In the past, what do we have? We have an antecedent causal chain of events. So everything that I'm doing now is as a result of the causal chain that's happened in the past. So me going into the past and changing it causes contradictions. So for example, famously the grandfather paradox. Can I go into the past and kill my granddad? If it does, it causes a contradiction. How can I be here and not be here at the same time? Because the killing of my granddad has the consequence of me not being here, but I'm here and not here at the same time. How could it be? So Hawkins and every other person would see this as a problematic issue in physics and in logic. But going into the future is different. All you have to do with the future, because what is time, by the way? Time is, in physics, time is speed over distance, right? Yeah, time is speed over distance, right?
No, distance over speed.
Distance over speed. Yeah, so if it's distance over speed, which means the faster you go. I mean, have you seen this film called Interstellar?
Yeah,
of course.
I mean, there's a film called Interstellar. We'll cover it when we talk about but he went to another place, and then he came back, and his daughter was older than him.
This is scientifically incorrect, but yeah, it's
it's conceptually impossible.
Impossible, yeah.
No, not impossible. Possible. I'm saying it's conceptually possible. If you go fast enough, you can go into the future.
It's not only possible; it's fact.
It's fact.
Because
please.
Because
tell them your credentials.
Physics, you know. Already done the physics degree.
MashaAllah. Tell us more. Tell us more.
If you, so when they launched
UCL graduate.
Yeah. not Oxford graduate. Yeah.
Nah, who cares? It's UCL the same thing. Go on.
When
you're a controversial Palestinian speaker.
His pronouns are UCL graduate.
Well, you got two of them here. Go on.
Yeah. So when they have to communicate with the thing in space, you have clocks, right? Both in space and on Earth, and they have to account for the what they call is time dilation.
And
that's what the
technical terms. It gives you much
time
more
dilation,
credibility, brother. Keep going. You're on the roll today. You're winning this thing. You're talking about time dilation. I don't know what you're going to do next.
So that's because of the difference in speed and also the pull to the Earth.
Yeah.
In space is less. Here is more. So that's why they basically have to they have to account for that in the thing. So it's not only possible; it's actually fact. That they do account for that in their calculations.
Yeah, absolutely, they do account for it. And space and time are two. They call it the space-time continuum for a reason, and that's because space and time are one thing.
One fabric. That's what they call it.
The fabric of space, the fabric of time, really. So it's very interesting. Look, all philosophers in the past have considered. Most of them have considered time and movement to be the same thing. Time is movement. That's what Ghazali mentioned. Time is movement. But anyway, we digress.
And so the faster you travel, the more you travel into the future.
Exactly.
Right?
There you have it.
And we know that when he went from thing to Jerusalem, it was very, very fast. Exactly. So you consider that it may have been possible.
No, but going up into the sky as well.
Yeah. So he did maybe have used that.
He had to go further than the speed of light. I mean, or maybe for the speed of light or faster, maybe.
Yeah, it would have to be faster. It
has to be faster. Yes.
It has to be faster.
Yeah.
Can I say something very interesting? I'll be quick. Yeah, I know we're digressing, but I have a theory, right? So basically, you know the stars that are so far, far, far away. They're like the light that comes to us is like 100 years old, right? More than that, or thousands of years old.
The closest star is 4 light years away, which means that it's 4 years in the past that we're seeing it right now.
This is the benefit of having a physics guy.
Literally, correct me if I'm wrong. Literally, like hundreds of years worth of light is coming towards us, right? We see the past, basically, from those lights. So I was thinking, imagine if there's a planet next to those stars with a powerful enough telescope, and we've got light that's going there, right? And they look at the world through those lenses, and they see 500 years, Earth 500 years ago, basically. So that way they would be looking into the past, wouldn't they?
That's very interesting. What do you think, brother?
The stars dead, right? The stars are already dead.
Very powerful telescope. It would. I don't think it would be possible. It would have to be very large, and it would have to be bigger than the solar system. Basically.
But conceptually, would you say that you could do that?
I think looking into the past is different
you can look into the
from being in it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I think that we have to make a differentiation. But that's a good point. You made me think. You did make me think.
Yeah. So radio waves, which are the waves that you use to.
Well, the complete sit down. Well, I like you for the reasons.
Which are the waves that you use to send, like phones and stuff like that, which they use. So, I think the first one was the Olympics in 1936, which was when Hitler was in power in Germany. And so if you go far enough, how many light years, it's like 170. 70, 80 years or something between now and 1936. So if you go 78 or 80 light years now away, you can see, if you have a TV, you can see the 1936 Olympics.
You can pick up the signal.
You can pick up the signal.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. That's a very interesting. That's extremely interesting.
Which is why I thought.
Oh, I see your point. Oh, I see. Yeah. All right. Okay. Let's go to the next guy. This is it's mind-boggling. We need to have a whole session on it. The next thing I was Harb al-Fujjar, or it's referred to as a sacrilegious war. I'm just taking this from the Sealed Nectar. Who wants to read this out for me? Because I've had enough of speaking. Shaka, can you read it out? I want to hear your voice. I think it's a long time I haven't heard it.
It's also called Fijar.
Is it?
Half al-Fijar.
Half al-Fujur.
Fijar.
Is it?
Yeah, the Fijar war.
Fijar, yeah?
It's Fijar, yeah.
Okay, it's not Fujjar, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, تفضل.
So he says that Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam was hardly 15 when the sacrilegious wars, which continued with varying fortunes and considerable loss of human life for a number of years, broke out between Quraysh and Bani Kinana on the one side and Qais Aylan, I'm guessing, the tribe on the other. It was thus because the inviolables were made viable, the prohibited months being included. Harb ibn Umayyah, on account of his outstanding position and honourable descent, used to be the leader of Quraysh and their allies. In one of those battles, the Prophet ﷺ attended on his uncles but did not raise arms against their opponents. His efforts were confined to picking up the arrows of the enemy as they fell and handing them over to his uncles.
So this particular war led to Half al-Fudul, which we're going to read right now. This was a war that took place, between the tribes and the Arabs, and it was because one person was murdered in the holy months. And it shows you that the holy months was something which was regarded, as we've discussed already, before Islam came down. And we said that this goes back to Ismail. A lot of the stuff goes back to Ismail. So let's read, Mohammed, you want to read this one? The Fudul Confederacy.
At the conclusion of these wars, when peace was restored, people felt the need for forming confederacy. Yeah, confederacy at Mecca for suppressing violence and injustice and vindicating the rights of the weak and the destitute. Representatives of Banu Hashim, Banu al-Muttalib, Asad bin Abd al-Uzza, Zahra bin Kilab, and Taym bin Murrah were called to meet in the habitation of an honorable elderly man called Abdullah bin Jadan at-Taymi.
Well, before we continue, what's interesting about all these names? They go back to what?
The grandfathers and
Of the
Prophet
of the Prophet
Sallallahu
Muhammad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you are familiar with these names because
Yeah.
it's in the lineage of the Prophet. Yeah, keep going.
At-Taymi, to enter a confederacy that would provide for the above mentioned items. The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, shortly after he had been honored with the ministry of prophethood, witnessed this league and commented on it with very positive words. I witnessed a confederacy in the house of Abdullah bin Jadan. It was more appealing to me than herds of cattle. Even now in the period of Islam, I would respond positively to attending such a meeting if I were invited.
A lot of people make social commentary about this, and they say, well, this shows you that we can ally with treaties and ally with non-Muslims and stuff like that. We don't actually need this for that. I mean, there's lots of ayat in the Quran which indicate that you can do treaties anyway. But the fact that the Prophet ﷺ mentioned that if I was alive I would have done it, and it was something which non-Muslims initiated effectively. Okay, some people say that this indicates, especially some New Age Seerah people, this indicates that if it's an initiative started by non-Muslims, then the Muslims can involve themselves in it. And the Prophet ﷺ, after Islam, he praised it. But there are a few criticisms one can make of this, which is that this is before Islam. If that makes sense. So this is in a situation where there was no revelation. So it's difficult to make sweeping generalizations about it and to make something bigger. Yeah, Helpful Fudul, by the way, is narrated authentically. It's narrated, there are parts of it which are narrated in Bukhari, in fact. The details of it are not actually in Bukhari. But Helpful Fudul is authentic. It's an authentic thing that took place before the Prophet ﷺ became a prophet. But to make it something bigger than it is, and some people to try and use this for allying with the left wing and LGBT communities and all this, or even Israel or the right wings or all that kind of stuff. To be honest with you, that's a distortion of the Seerah and it's a distortion of Islam. Because some people, they try and put that in there in an indirect manner. Say, look, these are all people that came and they tried to come together, and therefore if the LGBT and this and that come together, we can join them so long as it's a gharad, or an objective which is united. Not necessarily, actually. This doesn't give you what you want. If that's what you're trying to get from this, it doesn't give you what you want.
I think the main logic in this Helpful Fudul incident or the confederacy, there's the taking side of oppressed one. Somebody who is oppressed, you come and take side and defend his rights. Think there's no contradiction if Islam is doing the same. If the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is doing the same to defend any oppressed one, so he can do it in Islam as well. I think the logic is that still, if there is a need for this kind of confederacy, we can do it.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's a need for a kind of relationship or agreements that are built between Muslims and Muslims, we can do it, but not in a manner which, and this is a key point, you'll not find from Helpful Fudul all the way up to Hudaybiyah, you'll not find any evidence that we can compromise our actual beliefs because of it. That becomes quid pro quo, well, I scratched your back, you scratch mine. Because this is the distortion that we're finding nowadays with a lot of the Seerah commentaries. That we can use this now to enter this without the other. No, we will do what we need to do, but we will not compromise. And like for example nowadays, and just to give a very topical example of this, what's happening in Palestine. Now, we don't have any problem with the people agreeing with our position. But it doesn't mean, now, if, for example, the LGBT community or the trans community is there with the Palestine flag and the different rainbow colors, that, okay, we are protecting you, and therefore we have to protect us with homosexuality. No, we don't agree with themselves. No, in terms of, you have to agree to transgender and accept us just like we accept you. It's not quid pro quo. It's never, you cannot use this to prove that. And if you do, you're distorting the religion of Islam. You know what I mean? So it's very important that you snuff, these things are snuffed out. You sniff these things out, these things are snuffed out, because some people, they're on two different, there's people in the modern age that would use the seerah to try and use, to create kind of radicalization, or lost for a better word, but like, let's say, a takfirism. And there's some which would move to a kind of Muhammad Abdu-ism, or Rashid Rida-ism, which is a kind of, try to conformism. Let's just call it conformism. So there's this complete rejectionism. Some people will use the seerah to try and attacking the disbelievers and killing the civilians and all that stuff. And there's some others who will say no, it's the other way, conformism. And look, it's a Hilf al-Fudul. I'm in here with this guy because of Hilf al-Fudul. I'll do quid pro quo because of Hilf al-Fudul. No, you're distorting the seerah. You're distorting Islam because you have a conformist temperament, which is basically a psychological thing, which maybe is due to your upbringing or due to your weakness of character. But don't try and force that character onto the Prophet Muhammad and Islam.
And like the Muslims, they shouldn't be ashamed of doing this, because I know a lot of pro-Palestinian people who are anti-Islam.
Really? Exactly, yeah. Exactly.
And they're not ashamed by it, at all.
Yeah, and it's not like we're going to attack them for being pro-Palestinian.
Yeah.
But we don't need to accept them fully if they're anti-Islam or they're attacking Islam on different things. Yeah, and the same kind of person who's saying pro-Palestine, and then it comes out and then he starts speaking about Islam shouldn't do this and shouldn't really do that. Khalas, yani, we don't want your sting, or we don't want your honey or your sting. In that case, if it's about that, then we don't want your honey, we don't want your sting. Leave us alone. We'll do our own thing. Okay, so this next thing is about the Prophet ﷺ's marriage to Khadija. And this is another contentious issue. And by the way, we're nearing the end. But there's a lot of conversations about this, but I came across only a few hadiths which are sahih on this matter. One of them is very interesting because I've put it there in the Arabic. Well, basically, that the Prophet ﷺ is clear that Khadija was... There's a lot actually you can take from this. It's clear that Khadija was impressed with the Prophet ﷺ's character. It's clear that they worked together. It's clear that he was doing business on her behalf. These things are clear. And by the way, it's clear also the Prophet ﷺ, before he became a tradesman, he was a shepherd. That's clear. That's in Bukhari, right? This is authentic. There's a few things. The Prophet ﷺ didn't attack Khadija for being a businesswoman. Some feminists would take Khadija's thing and say, well, it means you can be a businesswoman. And some guys on the other side will attack those guys. There is a middle ground here. The Prophet ﷺ didn't attack her for being a businesswoman. He didn't say, why are you not staying at home? He didn't do that. But on the other hand, in Islam, it's not the gharad or the objective for a woman to be a businesswoman. So the healthy approach with this is that, first of all, this was before revelation. So this was before any complete domestic guidelines and delineations were happening. But it's true, the Prophet ﷺ's behavior towards this woman was honorable, was respectful. She was very impressed with his character, such that she went to her own father, and she was effectively convincing him to try and marry. This is the hadith which is sahih, which I've got here. She was trying to convince him, and then she kept trying to convince him until he agreed. And the reason why he didn't agree in the first instance, notice this, is because he was an orphan. He said that, why should I get my daughter married to an orphan? And the status of an orphan was lesser than the status of a divorcee. Very interesting. And she was, there's also some reports, some of them are questionable, but say that she had lots of proposals and she rejected those advances for the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. So the fact that she was a divorcee and stuff, it didn't actually...
I think twice.
Yeah.
She was divorced twice.
She was widow.
Yes, I know. Those details, I haven't come anything authentic about it. That's why I'm not being clear.
I think the father issue is a bit controversial because some scholars say that her father wasn't alive at that time she was getting married.
1 second. Let me think. Maybe it was her uncle. Let me just double check.
Because because she inherited her wealth from her second husband, and she had a son from her first husband,
Oh, I see.
Therefore, if scholars say that if her father was alive, then she wouldn't get all those monies.
This hadith, I get what you're saying, and that might be I love hadith and so on. But this hadith of Ibn Abbas, as you can see here, it says وحديث ابن عباس رضي الله عنهما أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم ذكر خديجة وكان أبوها يرغب عن أن يتزوجه. Yeah. So this is her father. It says her father here in the hadith. Now this hadith has been authenticated. Now, what you're saying might be a problem once again with the hadith, but not the entire thing would be there. But anyway, the hadith, this hadith that I've just showed here with marriage to Khadija slide, it shows all the things that I've just mentioned. Like, you know, she kept going to him until she convinced him. You know, so it shows you that there was a system in even ancient Arabia where the father had to kind of approve effectively. She had to get his approval. And then she married him, and he stayed with her. And this is authentic as well. She didn't marry any woman whilst he was married to her. Now, was she 40 years old? Was she 28 years old? Was she 29? How old was she? And how old was he? Was he 25 and she was 20? There's nothing authentic about this at all.
So you got married when he was 25.
There's nothing authentic. I don't know about her age. I don't know if it's 25. Age. I haven't come across even that. I mean, but it could be 25 is, yani, but I didn't come across it. But the fact that she was 40, definitely there's nothing authentic about this. Yani, we don't know.
Many Seerah scholars proved that 28.
Some say that.
Yeah.
Some say 28.
So
seems more likely to me.
I think for the Seerah, if we are going to accept everything which is authenticated and remove other part, so there will be very less left over there for Seerah, because most of the Seerah,
that's the point. Yeah,
most of the Seerah is
like
based
that,
on Seerah books, Ibn Hisham and everything, beginning after
you're right.
Because there are no more hadiths about this, so then it's somehow confusing.
It is,
because
like you said,
all the dates and everything will be somehow disapproved.
Yeah, it's true. I agree with what you're saying, but the thing is, what I would say in response is, I totally agree. We said this in the first session, that this is not a conventional way of dealing with the Seerah. The reason why we're doing it this way is because, well, remember, the purposes of us using this information is for, let's say, apologetic or polemical purposes. So we need to know for a fact, okay, these are religion, like these things. The other things which is a difference of opinion, we can't be too dogmatic about it. Now, I'm not saying he didn't marry at 40. Nor am I saying he didn't marry at 28. Both of those two dates have been spoken about by scholars in Islam. Like, for some reason. There's no murajjah though. There's no clear, authentic hadith that says she was definitely 40 or she was definitely 28.
But will it not give any indication, let's say that a type of sense for someone who is watching the videos and he's non-believer, he will feel that the seerah of the Prophet is somehow problematic, because his date of birth is not clear, his father which time he died is not clear.
His date of birth is quite clear, because he was
many incidents or many stuff that we mentioned, it's not authenticated based on hadith. So I think somehow it will give a sense that the seerah of the Prophet, which every scholar approve it and they say that this is very authentic, and somebody will feel that it's different.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, but you had to be here for the first session because we covered this ground. I say, like, just to reiterate, because it's important that the points you're making are true. The Seerah literature is filled with hadiths that the hadith itself, we would consider it to, like, we wouldn't, in Aqeedah and Fiqh, for example, in Creed and Jurisprudence, we would need something which is strong, authentic. The scholars of Seerah, they didn't have that standard. They said, even if it's a bit weak, we can take it. Do you see what I mean? But what we're doing is, since we're going over the polemical issues, right? This is not a standard traditional way of doing Seerah. It's not even the right way of doing Seerah. In a way, it's not the right way of doing it, and we're not doing it. We're not even doing Seerah. Effectively, we're not doing a Seerah in the classical way that you would. We're doing it in a way which is to literally to remove, or to at least to acknowledge where the weaknesses are. Because this is the critical Seerah. This is the intellectual Seerah. So we need to know where the weaknesses are, just for that purpose. If someone wants to listen to a Seerah with the weak hadiths and stuff like that, there's many available. My problem with a lot of those Seerahs are, sometimes the person who's narrating those Seerahs has an agenda. And those agendas, he will use a weak hadith in one aspect, and a strong hadith he will reject it, or a stronger hadith he will reject it, for his own social purposes in the modern age. So that's why the Seerah can be weaponized. if we know, if somebody, if like, for example, someone watches this and they can see this is where the authenticity is, and this is where the weaknesses may be, then they'll have a new layer of understanding of Seerah, which is, this is where the strong hadiths are. Now, which means, like already, we're in the 4th session and we've covered 40 years almost of the Prophet's life. Now, which we were going to finish much earlier. I mean, then to do 100 sessions. We're not going to do 100. We're probably going to do 20 sessions. But in that 20 sessions, we're getting the strongest parts of the Prophet's life. That you can be sure that, okay, for the most part, and I can get this wrong, and I'll tell you one mistake I made in 2 sessions ago. I have to mention it, but I'll mention it in the 2 slides from now. That the majority, if not most things I'm bringing are authentic, which is still I would say useful to us, if that makes sense. Okay, so that's the story of Khadija. There's a lot of lessons to take from the story of Khadija and the marriage and the Prophet's marriage to Khadija. It was a healthy marriage. He didn't. Let's also dispel the fact. We said the feminist movement, they do certain things, but also you have the red pill movements and others. They also have this kind of thing called game and this and that, and the man comes to the woman and he's showing brash behavior and his what's and that, and they have what do you call it? Some guy came to me and he said, "Look, I used to be a PU."
Pickup artist.
PU, you know about it. So you're too well informed on this issue, Zaki. He goes, "I used to be a PUA." And I said, "What's the PUA?" He said, "A pickup artist." And he said, "This is what you got to do, and this and that, and this is what we used to do." I said, "Why are you telling me about this?" He said, "Look, anyway." I said, "This is a Muslim guy." No, but what I'm saying is that this pickup artistry has effectively seeped into the Muslim psyche, and a man to feel like a real man, a high value man, he has to go with all confidence to a woman and get her number, and it's a numbers game and this kind of stuff. That's not the behavior of the Prophet. And that's not how the high value man is, the one on the battlefield. Not the one who's making money in an air-conditioned place talking about women and this and that. That's not what the high-value man is in Islam. It's the man with iman. It's the one who's protecting his family. The one who shows good character. I mean, anyone can pretend to be Mr. Macho Man, but this is not our idea of Islam, actually, of masculinity. Because the Prophet ﷺ, how did he behave when he was with Khadija? Was he flirting with her? Astaghfirullah? No.
He was shy.
He was extremely shy, modest and respectful, and she respected him for this. He was modest, good behavior, professional, everything is good. And they had a very solid relationship, love-based relationship. He loved her very much. رُزِقْتَ بِحُبِّهَا أو كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم. He even said afterwards that I was given provision. This hadith, صحيح. I was given the blessing of her love.
It's about Bibi Aisha. Isn't it about Aisha?
I don't know if it's
Think,
about
Alhamdulillah الذي رزقني حب عائشة.
That's a different one.
That's different, right?
Yeah, I think رُزِقْتَ بِحُبِّهَا is Khadija, but I can double check. But certainly both. I mean, he mentioned both. He mentioned that he loved. Who's the most person that you love in the dunya? He said Aisha. That's one hadith. And then you have this one, which is clear, like, about Khadija as well, the love that he had for Khadija. And so it shows you that a man shouldn't feel as if being romantic to the woman and declaring the love that he has for her, or even speaking of the love, is any deprecating or abasing or diminishing of his masculinity. Because he was very, very vocal about how much he loved her. In public. About Khadija in particular. Like he loved her the most.
Aisha was jealous of her.
Exactly. Aisha.
Well, Prophet was mentioning her many times.
Exactly.
Bro, I just checked. I was given the blessing of her love was about Khadija.
Yeah, so like I said, there's 2 hadiths. Yeah. MashaAllah. So, do you know what is it? Is it Bukhari or is it?
Let me see.
Yani, so there's hadith like that. So what I'm saying is, love is a blessing that Allah gives you. وَجَعْلَ بَيْنَهُمْ مَوَدَّةً وَرَحْمَةً. It's a blessing. It's more powerful than any sexual emotion you're going to get anyway. By the way,
and Muslim.
Bukhari Muslim, muttafaqun alayh. So what I'm saying is that love is a blessing, and it comes when people show care. They both showed immense care for each other, and we'll see this in the next session. The kind of care that Prophet ﷺ showed to Khadija, and the reciprocation that Khadija showed him. This was the purest relationship that you're going to see. And there are 7 children, by the way, that he had from Khadija, according to some reports. But I don't know about the strength of these reports. 7. One of them survived after his death only. 6 of them died, according to the Seerah reports, but I haven't seen the authenticity of this report. But the only one who survived after his death was Fatima. She was the child of Khadija, because people don't know this. People don't know who is it.
6 was from Khadija.
Yeah, I thought it was 6.
Seventh one with Ibrahim from
really, yeah?
another servant, yeah.
Are you sure, yeah?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
Ibrahim al-Qibt.
Ibrahim was
Yes,
from Qibtiyya.
Ibrahim
Maria
was from
Qibtiyya. Yeah,
but I think he
Qibtiyya.
might have been the 8th.
But I think the accurate one is 6
Yeah?
plus Ibrahim.
Okay, let me
If
give
you
you
can
one.
check it.
This is what Mubarak Furi says, yeah? He says the following. He says, with the exception of Ibrahim, Khadija bore all of his children. So this is what he says. Al-Qasim, Zainab, Ruqayya, Umm Kulthum, Fatima, Abdullah, who is also called Tayyib, and Tahir. That's 7.
No, Tahir and Tayyib is Abdullah. It's a type of description for
I don't know.
Abdullah.
They said that, what do you call it? Tayyib and Tahir.
Tahir
And
and Tayyib is the description of Abdullah. It's with sifat.
Yeah, Tahir is. But Tayyib isn't.
Both.
Are you sure about this? Because
Yeah, yeah.
he's putting both of them.
Yeah,
Anyway,
maybe-
you can double check it, but this is he's
Yeah,
saying Tayyib and Tahir. This is Mubarak Furi. You can double check it. It's not me. It's saying this.
Just a
Rahim
messenger.
Makhtoum, yeah.
It has some issues.
I know, that's why.
It has some issues.
Every book does, brother, except for the Quran.
It has some-
Every single book has issues except for the Quran. But what I'm saying is that he's mentioning here 7.
Nectar. It's called Rahiq
Yeah,
al-Maktum.
yeah,
Seal
yeah.
nectar. Yeah, it has some
Still
issues.
of course it does. That's why we.
Some weak points there. Is too many weak points.
I know. But-
Especially for your class. For your
I know, but that's why I said this is not this, like for example here in the
Yeah.
footnotes he says that the reference for this is Ibn Hisham. I haven't come across this reference in anything other than Seerah, like of the 7 children that I mentioned that are the children of Khadija. I haven't come across it anywhere else. Now some of them we know for a fact, but some of them we don't know for a fact. So this list of 7 names,
Interpretation.
yeah, Ibrahim would be the 8th according to this, but like I said, as I say, all of them died. Even Ibrahim died. Before the Prophet ﷺ died, except for Fatima. Actually, she died 6 months afterwards. Okay, another incident which is mentioned is rebuilding the Kaaba. We're near the end here, so let's someone to read this. Brother, why don't you read it, inshallah? So read this rebuilding the Kaaba. If you want, I can give you the book.
Zoom in.
This one.
Just wait a second.
If you want, do you want the book? Would you prefer to read from the book?
Yeah, that would be better.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So this just where it says rebuilding the Kaaba. I mean, he's to be fair to to Mubarak Furi. To be honest, he hasn't really if he does mention a weak hadith is in passing, in this segment here, he's stayed with the strong hadiths for the most part.
Yeah, but I think it has got first position in a competition,
Yeah.
which was I think few years ago.
It's nice. It's a good book.
Yeah, it has got
Yeah, I
first
like it.
position because of its
It's well written.
authenticity.
Yeah. It's well
Yeah.
written. It's
It's a
mashallah
really
book.
powerful book.
Yeah. Even the translation is not that bad, to be honest. The English translation.
Yeah. Especially the Arabic is very
It's very
fluent.
nice. Yeah.
When you read it, you feel that you are watching movie. It's
Mashallah.
very narrated professionally.
Okay, read it out then.
Rebuilding the Kaaba and the arbitration issue. When Allah's Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam was 35, the Quraysh started rebuilding the Kaaba. That was because it was a low building of white stones, no more than 9 arms length. From the days of Ismail alayhi salam, it was also roofless, leaving thieves with easy access to its treasures inside. It was also exposed to the wearing factors of nature because it was built so long ago that weakened and cracked its walls. 5 years before prophethood, there was a great flood in Mecca that swept towards the Kaaba and almost demolished it. The Quraysh were obliged to rebuild it to safeguard its holiness and position. The chief of Quraysh decided to only use licit money in rebuilding the Kaaba. So all money derived from immoral means, usury or injustice practice was excluded. They were at first too fearful to knock down the wall, but Al-Walid ibn al-Mughira al-Makhzumi began the task. Seeing that no harm had happened to him, the others participated in demolishing the walls until they reached the bases laid by Ibrahim alayhi salam. When they started rebuilding its walls, divided the work among the tribes. Each tribe was responsible for building a part of it. The tribes collected stones and started work. The man who laid the stones was a Roman mason called Baqum. The work went on in harmony until the time came to put the sacred black stone in its proper place. Then strife broke out among the chiefs and lasted for 4 or 5 days, each contesting for those honor of placing the stone in its position. Daggers were on the point of being drawn and great bloodshed seemed imminent. Luckily, the oldest among the chief, Abu Umayyah bin Mughira al-Makhzumi, made a proposal that was accepted by all. He said that let him who enters the sanctuary first of all decide on the point. It was then Allah's will that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam should be the first to enter the masjid. On seeing him, all people present cried with one voice, Al-Amin, that trustworthy has come. We are content to abide by his decision. They informed him of their objective. He asked for a mantle, spreading it on the ground and placing the stone in its center. He then asked the representatives of the different clans among them to lift the stones all together. When it reached the proper place, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam laid it in the proper position with his own hands. This is how a very tense situation was eased and a grave danger averted by the wisdom of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Jazakumullah khairan, brother. Thanks, everyone. So as you can see here, the story is that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in the reconstruction of the Kaaba, he was the one that it was commissioned to put the black stone into to the designated area. Someone will say, well, this is very convenient. I'm just playing devil's advocate because, so we've just heard the story. It's very convenient that it's your Prophet that had to do this, and this shows you that he always had to be made into the main character, even before his prophethood, and this is a clear fabrication, they would say. And if you remember the first session, we talked about different principles at play, especially in Orientalists with the historical critical method in mind. They would say that it shows you that you're trying to force a narrative of him always being the main character, and this doesn't go in line with the HCM kind of understanding. However, I came across a hadith which is actually sahih, which says the following. This is a hadith narrated actually by Jabir ibn Abdullah, that when the Prophet ﷺ was putting the hajar into the Kaaba, that his izar actually fell. So his when you do Hajj, you've got the bottom on. This is a hadith which is sahih, yeah, it's authentic. That it was exposed. His body was exposed. Now, some scholars even say that his private parts were shown when he was doing this. Now, what does this remind you of? The principle of what? Embarrassment. Yeah, so if it's the case that the Muslims are trying to make the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ into a main character from the very beginning and stuff, why would a hadith like this be narrated? Why would a hadith like this? Now, obviously, not all scholars believe that. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani says he was exposed, the body was exposed, but his private parts remained not exposed. Al-Qastalani mentions that. Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani mentions that. Now, you won't find this mentioned in many of the Seerah books, but once again, we have to deal with the most controversial issues because we need to know of these opinions. So Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani in Fath al-Bari, he has a whole discussion. So for example, this is what he says: وعلى ذلك فالرسول عليه الصلاة والسلام لم يكن عاريا عند نقل الحجارة ابتداء وإنما لما حل الإزار تكشف فسقط مغشيا عليه. وقد ذكر القسطلاني أن سقوطها إلى الأرض عند سقوط الإزار خشية من عدم الستر في تلك اللحظة. إرشاد الساري. إرشاد الساري is one of the Qastalani wrote a commentary on Bukhari. This hadith in Bukhari, Jabir Abdullah, and he's mentioning these opinions as well. So some of them say he didn't become naked, but he was exposed. Now the point is that because this story, it seems too good to be true. Like, and if you say, well, before the Prophet ﷺ became a prophet, there was this event where the people were saying, oh, you're al-Sadiq al-Amin. You're the truthful one, you're the one that we're going to choose to put the black stone. Oh, it's a fairy tale, it's a legend, it's fantastical, it sounds too good to be true. But then when you've got one of the most authentic narrations about this situation, that actually was quite an embarrassing situation for the Prophet. It was a bit rough, it was a bit like even he was exposed a little bit, and there's discussion of what was exposed of his body and so on. It gives you a sense of reality, that why would this be narrated if we're trying to create a romantic picture about this particular situation? You see? But once again, it might surprise you to come across a narration like that, because most people would shy away from even narrating these narrations because they think, okay, well, Sitran in Nabi Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. But we are dealing with the critical seerah. You might even find a foul-mouthed disbeliever or enemy of Islam, okay, who tries to use this to attack Islam. So then you can say, well, actually, 1, 2, and 3, right? Okay. And we've read the whole thing. So this is really all we have. I mean, there are things here and there in terms of authentic narrations relating to the Prophet. And one of them is very powerful, actually, which is, I want to mention it. It's to do with the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. One day he heard some singing. I'm not sure if this is an authentic narration. And this happened when the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam was growing up. Okay, he heard some singing in a certain area, and he was curious to know what was going on there. And he went, and before he could get there, he fell asleep. I found this, by the way, this narration is one of the most fascinating for me in the Meccan period and before the Prophet period. Because it shows you that the Prophet ﷺ was a human being, he was curious, just like any other human being. And that the guidance of the Prophet ﷺ was ultimately to do with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who stopped him from certain things he could have been influenced by. He stopped him, yes, through the heart, the extraction, physical, but he also stopped him, for example, in that particular time, the Prophet ﷺ, he heard the singing, the music and this and that. It doesn't say music, it's ghina, really, it was singing of the people, and there was a party going on, and he was a young man, yes, and he went to, Allah put him to sleep before he could even know, and he woke up and then found out what was happening. Yani, it shows you that, imagine now, we're living in an age with a lot of distractions like this. How did the Prophet ﷺ, even before the wahi came, how did he deal with those distractions? He did uzlah, he went to the, as we're going to see next session, he went to the cave, he spent time by himself, he had a very solid relationship with his wife, he had many children with his wife. You know, these are the kinds of things he would do. He would praise Allah. We knew that he was not engaged in shirk, in any polytheism. He was not engaged in that stuff. He had the fitrah, which is clean. And now this sets the tone now. This Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which we've just discussed, who lived as an orphan, who had a very difficult childhood, who didn't have the support mechanisms that most people would have, who saw his parents die, who saw his uncle, his at this point at least, his granddad die, who was very, very close to him, by the way. This is the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which we're going to discuss, who went to the cave, and in the next session we'll talk about what happened there. Any questions before we continue? Yep.
Yeah, what was the mistake you said of the hadith?
Yes, so there was one mistake I made that in 2 sessions ago when we talked about Shamat al-Tirmidhi, and I said that the Aisha radiallahu anha, she said that I never saw the Prophet ﷺ's private parts. Okay, so when I was doing research on this, because I thought, how could this be when it's saying that some scholars are saying that the Prophet ﷺ's private parts was exposed to him? Anyway, so even though that's, let's say, a minority opinion and we don't accept, so I checked that hadith again and I realized it was actually a weak hadith, even though it's mentioned in Shamat al-Tirmidhi. So the idea that when Aisha said, who supposedly said, I never saw the private parts of the Prophet, it's a weak hadith. So that was something I mentioned. I didn't mention it was a weak hadith, but I checked it again and I found it was a weak hadith.
I want to make a correction that I mentioned earlier. The quote, I was given the blessing of her love, is not from a specific hadith book, but is a well-known statement attributed to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. It may be found in various Islamic sources, but it's not part of the traditional hadith collections like Sahih al-Bukhari or Sahih Muslim.
Okay, we'll double check the sanad of that for the Yeah, I thought it was good. We'll have to double check that as well.
Just in case, like, for the
we'll
viewers.
for sure. But it still could be authentic, but we'll double check anyway.
Okay.
It might be Bukhari Muslim.
Okay.
With that, we will conclude. And if we've made any mistakes, guys, we're going through this as much as you are. We're trying our best to look at different sources and do different things. But if we've made a mistake, then obviously the comment section is there. Please put your sources and put your references. We'll appreciate that. And until next time, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys doing? Welcome to this 5th session of the Seerah, the critical Seerah, the intellectual Seerah, where we're going to go through the Seerah, or we've been going through the Seerah in a way which has a multidisciplinary aspect, where we're looking at things critically, where we're anticipating some of the interrogations of the enemies of Islam and the Orientalists and those who want to attack Islam, as well as making argumentative cases for the veracity of Islam. And today we're going to be talking about something extremely important, which is prophethood, and when the Prophet ﷺ, he received wahi from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when he became a prophet. And this is just the first slide. For those who remember the game we done last time, we looked at the lineage of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. So that's just for you to refresh your memory on that. You might not need to know all the names, but if you just know 4 or 5 names, it will give you, inshallah, like a reminder of some of those things. Because memory is one of those things that needs, like a muscle, it needs to be completely refreshed and stuff. And before we get into it, there's one thing that I didn't actually mention last time we spoke about, because there aren't that many strong hadiths or authentic hadiths about it, which is the story of Zayd ibn Haritha. Now, Zayd ibn Haritha was the adopted son of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. He was the freed slave of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. And there's one story which I came across, which in fact a lot of the scholars like Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, who's a major scholar of hadith, and others, like even this is mentioned by Ibn al-Qayyim in Zad Ma'ad and other books, has mentioned, which is the story of, it's a very interesting story, because, and we'll speak about Zayd more when we speak about Zainab bint Jahsh, one of the wives of the prophets, because that's a background that we'll be requiring. But this story is interesting. It's basically the following. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, obviously, he raised Zayd ibn Haritha. And we've already spoken at length about, or at least to some considerable length, about the life of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ with Khadija. And we spoke, if you remember, brother, we spoke last week about how many children the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ have, and you made a good point. And I done a bit of research about it, and I realized there's a difference of opinion, which is that you said, is Tahir, who are the Tahir and the other, I can't remember the other name, Tahir and Tayyib, I think it was Tayyib. Tahir, are they names for Abdullah, or are they 2 different people? How many children did the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ have? And we said that there's at least 6. He had at least 6. Now, some scholars do say that he had 8. And that Tahir and Tayyib were 2 different children. But I think the majority opinion is actually that these are 2 different names for Abdullah. So that was something I just wanted to bring up. But those 6 children, we don't know for a fact. There isn't an authentic narration that tells us. But 6 children is a lot. Which, by the way, tells us that it's unlikely that the Prophet ﷺ married Khadija at 40. Because imagine having 6 children with a 40-year-old, like Annie, sorry to say, it's unlikely that up until for 13 years or whatever it is, that she's continually having children for that long. Now, there isn't an authentic narration to tell us exactly how old she was, but this gives credence to the other view, which is that she was like 28 and he was 25. She was still older than him, but not as older as, for example, many people think in our circles. I mean, there is another example of a wife, if anyone, I'll just ask you now, what's the other example of a wife which is older than Prophet Muhammad ﷺ? Sauda bint Zam'a is the best example, and she had children of her own, and she actually, because the Prophet ﷺ married after Khadija passed away, when he went to the Medina period, we're skipping here a little bit, but he married Sauda first, before he married Aisha. Like Sauda was the first person he married. It was an older woman, she had children and stuff like that, and we're going to cover that inshallah as it comes. But this story here of Zayd ibn Harith is important, which is the following. What happened is, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ had a very, very strong relationship with Zayd ibn Harith. He was like, he's like his own son, effectively. Like, he was an adopted son. At that time, adoption wasn't made haram. Obviously, afterwards, we know that adoption has been made haram in the Quran. أُدْعُوهُمْ لِآبَائِهِمْ وَأَقْسَطُ عِنْدَ اللَّهِ. That call them to their fathers is better, is more just with Allah, meaning that adoption, this is in Surah Al-Ahzab, I think in the 6th verse, it's call them to the father's adoption, like, is not acceptable in the technical sense. It doesn't mean you can't bring people in and raise them or sponsor them or anything like that. It just means you shouldn't call them as your sons. They should be called, it shouldn't be Zayd ibn Muhammad, it should be Zayd ibn Haritha. Even so that when this verse came down, some of the scholars said that we didn't even know his name, his father's name was Haritha, because everyone understood him. Did he say that? Is
Yeah,
Umar?
he said.
Yeah, he said that as well.
Because he said that I realized that he's not son of Muhammad.
Yes,
upon him.
so this was the name they didn't know. But the point is what happened is the uncle and the father of Zayd ibn Harith, according to the story, which as I mentioned is mentioned in many of the books, they came to Zayd ibn Haritha and they wanted him back. They realized that Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the one who had him. They were pointed in that direction. They wanted him back. So what the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did at that time was he told him, he was older now. He said, look, it's absolutely fine. You can go if you want to, but you choose whether you want to stay with me or whether you want to go with your father and your uncle. And Zayd ibn Haritha made the decision to stay with Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and not to go with his, which shows you the deep connection that Zayd ibn Haritha had with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and showed you what kind of man the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was. A welcoming man. Remember, we're talking about a freed slave who the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam raised. And it shows you what kind of family this was with Khadija and the children of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. You know, it shows you that he was a compassionate man, a kind man, a man that helped raise another individual. This is absolutely the case. And Zayd is the only name of a Sahabi that's mentioned in the Quran, by the way. There are other Sahabis that are mentioned by implication, or that are alluded to, like Thani Ithnain, Idh Huma fil Ghari. Like, for example, Abu Bakr is mentioned, like in that sense, is alluded to as the second of two, sort of the Tawbah. But Zayd is the only person that's mentioned by name. So this is a very important story, I think, which I think is worth talking about before we talk about what we're going to talk about today.
And he was gifted servant from Khadija to Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Which shows you the beautiful, yeah. So it shows you the love that they had together, and what they were all interested in, which is, you know, helping the community, being compassionate to the community, and the love that people had towards the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
And actually, he was kidnapped by his mother's relative, and he was sold out in the city. And Bibi Khadija sent his servant to buy another one to serve her.
Yeah.
And then they bought this.
That's all these stories now. I know you might be right, and I have to go and do my research. The reason why I'm not mentioning them is because of the authenticity issue, right? So I get what
it's in hadith. I think it's
some
part is mentioned in hadith
yeah.
that their father came to Makkah and they found him here, their relatives, and they informed their father.
Yeah, that one.
And
one's
he
in
came
hadith.
back, and then Prophet asked him to choose whether
Yeah, that one's in a hadith, and the authenticity of the hadith, I don't think it reaches the grade of sahih. It might be hasan, but I haven't looked in great detail about the authenticity of the hadith. It's mentioned, as mentioned by Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani and big scholars. That's why I mentioned it. But jazakumullah khair for that. Okay, let's get started. So the first thing is, what makes a prophet? Okay, so this is the first question. What makes a prophet a prophet? So the word Nabi, there's two opinions as to where this word comes from. One of them is from Naba, as you know. It's one surah called Surah An-Naba. Okay, Naba means news or information given. And the other one is Nabwa, which means irtifa', which means a higher station, because the prophets acquire a higher station than the rest of people. The most famous opinion is Naba, because of two reasons. That Allah gives the information to the Prophet, and the Prophet ﷺ then gives the information to the people. So he gets akhbar, he gets the news, the Naba, and then he disseminates that information. Yeah, for example, right? So, but like, another one which is a lot of people mention is that إنه نبئ بإقرأ وأرسل بالمدثر. This is not. I don't think this is a hadith, but it could be. I didn't see that this is a hadith, but it's something where he was made a prophet with Iqra, Bismi Rabbika Alladhi Khalaq, and he was made a Rasul with Muddathir, Surah Muddathir. Now the truth of the matter is this: is that what's the difference between a prophet and the messenger? Now there's so many opinions on this, and I think it will actually de-scope if we go into, because we can speak for half an hour about the differences between what a prophet is and what a messenger is. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly summarize. Some scholars say that there is no difference between the messenger and the prophet, which is problematic, the view, because if إذا اجتمع تفرق وإذا تفرق اجتمع, the scholars say in the Arabic language, when two things are put together, like Nabi and Rasul, if they are together in the same sentence with a conjunction in the middle, which happens in the Quran quite often, then they must mean something different. So this is a disregarded view by most scholars. The second view is that actually the difference between a prophet and a messenger is that the prophet was sent to a people that he's not been given a new sharia, whereas the messenger has been given a new sharia. But this is problematic as well, because there are some prophets that we know have not been given new sharia, like for example who, that are also, that some prophets that we know have not been given new sharia. Say again? But our prophets are not messengers.
Yaqub alayhi salam.
I don't know if that's I haven't looked into Yaqub alayhi salam. I have to look at that. But it's a view out there. Without making too much tarjih. Ibn Taymiyyah says the following. Ibn Taymiyyah's view is the difference between a prophet and a messenger is that the prophet was sent to people that already believe in him, whereas the messenger is sent to people that don't believe in him, which is an interesting view as well. There are views about it, about what's the difference between a prophet and a messenger.
Can you please repeat that again?
Which one?
The Ibn Taymiyyah opinion.
So what he said is that Ibn Taymiyyah believes the following. He says that, look, a prophet was sent to people that believed in him already. Like Bani Israel, or like, there's many prophets of Bani Israel. So the Bani Israel believed in the prophet, the Nabi, and so he was sent to reinforce that. Whereas a Rasul is a higher station because he was sent to people that don't believe in. They're a new audience. Which shows you, if this view is correct, it shows you the advantage or the status increase in being someone active in the community rather than someone going to your own community. And there is a hadith that kind of goes to that meaning, which is من خالط الناس وصبر على أذاهم خير من الذي لم يخالط الناس ولم يصبر على أذاهم, which is that the one who mixes with the people and that he's patient upon their affliction is better than the one who doesn't do that. Anyway, so these are some of the views relating to that. Now, because you might be aware of this already, what I've just mentioned. And of course, you can go and there's more tafsir, there's more detail on this issue. So if you want to go into what's mal farqu bayn al-nabi wa rasul, you go, what is the difference between the prophet and the messenger? You'll find lots of stuff on that. But what you won't find as much stuff on, because you have to go to more specialist books, is the following. What is sufficient evidence of proving a prophet? So this is where there's a difference of opinion, and I'm going to challenge you guys a little bit here. Okay, I'll first tell you the difference of opinion, then I'll tell you where the issues are. That there's a difference of opinion among the creedal schools of thought about this issue. So the Mu'tazilis, the so-called rationalists, okay, they say that the most important thing for a prophet to be proven as a prophet is a mu'jiza. So a mu'jiza is a miracle. Now, what is a miracle? There is a common definition that almost all the books of Kalam mention, and even Ibn Taymiyyah agrees on, which I'll tell you about, which is that it's khariqa lil 'ada. It's something which defies the laws of nature. يجريه الله على يدي مدعي النبوة. That Allah, He allows to happen at the hands of someone who's claiming to be a prophet على وجه التحدي. In a way which challenges humanity. So there's three major components here. I've given some of the, most people accept this kind of definition. Now, if that's the case now, the Mu'tazilis say this can't happen, so they would defy something called the karama. Like most Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah believe in something called karama, which is like the awliya, a mujahid, or not a Sufi, what do you call it, a saint. Could be Sufi, but I'm saying a saint or something, that they would, something could happen to them miraculous. This is, most people accept this. Ibn Taymiyyah accepts this, by the way. Now this can happen to other people, not prophets. But there's an issue with this definition, which I want to come to. Like the fact you're saying that it can't happen to anyone except for the prophets. There's an issue with this. And there's also an issue with saying that, this is the decisive evidence of what makes a prophet and what doesn't. And I'll tell you what the issues are. Now, in the Ash'ari school, there's a range of different opinions, which it would be unfair for me to summarize them in a few sentences, because Ghazali has a different opinion to Al-Juwayni and Baqillani and this and that. So I'm not going to summarize that. But what I will say is, Ibn Taymiyyah disagrees with the Mu'tazilis Because he asked the question. If you're saying that a mu'jiza, if you're saying that the mu'jiza is the main evidence for what proves a prophet, then what about a magician? Okay, so a magician, if David Blaine comes and says, look, take a look at the sea, I'm going to split it in two. Okay, now I'm claiming to be a prophet, accept me as a prophet. Really, on strict grounds, the Mu'tazilis would have little argument against such a thing would happen. What they would say is that this can't happen. It's logically impossible. That's what they would say. It's muhal aqlan. That's what they're forced to say. That Allah won't allow that thing to happen. But then we get into a bigger discussion now because we say, what about Dajjal? Because we have decisive evidence from the Sunnah that Dajjal is going to come, is going to split this one, is going to do that one, is going to rain. It's going to rain because of him. And, but by the way, listen to this. He's going to claim prophethood before he claims to be God. So you've got all the conditions that most of the mutakallimin say are applicable to a prophet being applied in Dajjal. How would you respond to that? Go on.
Would they not say that there's no prophet after Prophet? So that's like impossible anyways to happen.
You see, that's they're making a textual argument. But if we're saying, let's take it aqli.
If we're saying that we've accepted the Prophet was a legitimate prophet,
yeah.
He said there's no prophet after me.
No, but they will say, they'll make ta'wil of these things.
So this the qaid in the definition.
They wouldn't even make the argument
at the hands of the prophet. They say this is impossible to happen after Prophet.
Yeah, but the Dajjal, we have clear text that is happening with him.
Yeah, I get that, but as in there's already something previously which says that. Like that definition is only applying to things that happened before.
There's more than that. So you can say what you just said.
Yeah.
You can say, okay, well, la nabiyya ba'di. The Prophet ﷺ said, there's no prophet after me. And you can also say that the Prophet ﷺ said that the believers will see on Dajjal's head kafara, that is disbeliever, and that there will be evidences on the opposite direction. You know what I mean? You can make these arguments, but then this would go into a different school of thought, namely Ibn Taymiyyah and Ibn Qayyim, which is the following. He says that's not the case. That the decisive evidence. And he mentions this in Kitab al-Nubuwat and also Sharh Aqid al-Isfahaniyya, which, by the way, the Sapiens Institute is translating, right? The only organization to first translate in English language. It's not going to be. But anyway, this Sharh Aqid al-Isfahaniyya makes the following point. He says that, look, actually prophethood is a cumulative case. And the mu'jiza is part of the package. It's not the decisive part. It's not the only thing of the package. So in other words, the evidence or the miracle is only a part of the case of prophethood. It's not the only thing. And so you can even affirm, even for the sake of argument, you can affirm a miracle to someone other than a prophet, but it wouldn't negate, that wouldn't be enough for prophethood. So for example, let's say David Blaine comes in and he says, follow me, and he split the sea and walks on the water and all that kind of stuff. What is he calling to? Is he calling to a tawheed? What is his track record? So Ibn Taymiyyah is saying this. Ibn Taymiyyah is saying that all the things that you would use, he effectively says this, all the things that you would use to assess the truth and the falsehood of anybody else in your life, you can use it with the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and you would have favorable results. So he says on probability, when you look at the seerah of the Prophet, you look at what he's calling to a tawheed, you look at the akhlaqiyat, the morals of what the Prophet ﷺ is calling to, and you look at all these things in combination and the miracles, all of that is the case for Islam. Unless someone brings all of that together, then they won't be bringing what the Prophet ﷺ brought. Yeah.
Would you say all of them combined is also a miracle?
So the thing is, so remember the miracle here has a very strict terminological definition according to the Kalam scholars, which is that it's a thing which, as we mentioned, خارقة للعادة, something which negates the laws of nature. يجريها الله سبحانه وتعالى على يده مدعي النبوة على وجه التحدي. That Allah, He makes happen on the hands of someone who is مدعي النبوة على وجه التحدي, that someone who claims to be a prophet and he challenges the world with it. From that perspective, we have to be clear what is and what isn't a miracle. Like for example, Al-Isra wal-Mi'raj. Okay. Now, Al-Isra wal-Mi'raj on this strict definition wouldn't qualify as a miracle. Why? Because I didn't see that. Like I didn't see the Prophet ﷺ going from Masjid al-Haram to Masjid al-Aqsa and going up to the sky. I didn't see that. So it doesn't act as an evidence for me. There's no tahaddi. How could there be tahaddi with that? I can't see it. How could it challenge everybody else? There's no aspect of falsification or challenge. Obviously, you could argue what happened afterwards with the Prophet ﷺ, for example, when he was asked to see, he said like, I saw this and I saw that. That could be claimed to be an evidence or an ayah or a miracle. The point is that the Quran doesn't use this term, mu'jiza. The Quran uses the term ayah. Ibn Hazm makes this point as well. The ayah means a dalil. Effectively, that's what it means, which means evidence, a sign, an evidence. That's what the Quran uses a more neutral term, actually, because mu'jiza is the loaded language. Miracles, loaded language. What do we mean by it? So we have to break it down. This is what we're not negating the miracle, but we're just saying the word miracle has loaded term. If you're speaking to an atheist and you say, "Well, I believe in miracles and that's why I'm a Muslim," that's a weaker case to make than to say, "Well, we have evidence, a cumulative case, a probabilistic reasoning, which indicates why the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is a prophet." Because by saying miracle, you need to first define what you mean by a miracle, and then you need to advance in kind. And by the way, like for example, and I was just talking to Sabor about this, by the way, interestingly, yeah? If you say something which goes against the laws of nature, this effectively is problematic. Why? Because there's no law, there's no scientific law of physics that stops, and you're here, just I saw him, the physics expert, this guy, I said, you can tell me if I'm wrong. You were here when we were talking about it, right?
Yeah.
So, but there's no law of physics which effectively goes against the idea of a miracle. Like, how do we, and please correct me if I'm wrong, yeah? How do we collect the laws of physics? We look at past patterns of nature, how nature has acted in a certain way, and then we say this is a law. So there's instantiations of a particular physical process that happen over a space of time, and we collect this historical data and we call it a law. That's effectively it. That's how we know what a law is. A law is not, it doesn't have a substratum. It doesn't stand in space where you can put it under a microscope. A law is effectively just patterns of nature. Now what I'm saying is there's no law that says a miracle, like for example the splitting of the sea or the splitting of the moon or whatever it may be, that it can't happen. It's just that we're saying we have no such law to show that it can happen. So it's more of a positive argument than a negative one. So if you want to be more specific about the mutakallimun, when they say a miracle is khariqa lil aada, something which didn't happen before, there's an issue here with what do you mean by aada? Can there be something else? Aada means a pattern, effectively, a natural law. But can there be something new which creates a new aada, which creates a new natural law? And that wouldn't even contradict the scientific method. So what I'm trying to propose is that to use the terms cumulative case and probabilistic reasoning and evidence is more neutral, and you can make an argument in a stronger way than to use the word miracle, which is more loaded. And especially when you go and speak about, because the word miracle effectively depends on the laws of nature, physics or otherwise. It depends on it. For you to know what a miracle is, and this is, by the way, David Hume as well. David Hume accepts this point. For you to know what a miracle is, you need to know what science is. You need to know how science operates. So you can say that this goes against science, or this goes against the established laws, or this is something which not goes against it. This is something which is not explained through it. And then you have abiogenesis, which we discussed as well. I mentioned this with Edward Tabash, one of my interlocutors, and if you remember, I don't know if you remember. Yeah, so this might have gone under the radar, but he said to me, miracles, and he was attacking Islam and the religion through the idea of miracles. I said, how did chemistry become biology? And he said, abiogenesis. But abiogenesis is the idea that chemistry became biology, right? That you have dead stuff and it became living stuff, effectively. How did that happen? So if you research abiogenesis, it's a process which is not being confirmed or seen, which is effectively, and they have all these theories, sometimes like alien came in and this one, that one, and that's how it came, no, honestly. Because Panspermia, yeah, this one, basically, effectively, is alien theory. Yeah, this one and the soup and this and that. That's what they call it. I don't know what they call it, the exact source. What do you call it?
I'm not biology.
Oh, sorry, I apologize. Not biology. But do you know what I mean? They have all these stuff. So what I'm saying is that how did that happen? Whatever way you propose is not in line with what we've seen in terms of naturalistic phenomena. In many ways, abiogenesis is a miracle. It fulfills, like abiogenesis fulfills the criterion definition of what a miracle is. And it had to have happened because without abiogenesis, you don't have life. So when we say Adam was created from dust, and they say this is, I don't believe in miracles. I say, look, you believe in abiogenesis. So فَنَفَخَ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي وَنَفَخْتُ فِيهِ مِنْ رُوحِي, or I blew into him from my my spirit. And Allah says that that's how it happened with Adam, for example. So I don't believe in this stuff. Why? Because it's a miracle. But you believe in abiogenesis. So long as I speak in scientific words, you're okay with it. So are you okay with it? It's still it fulfills the same criterion of what a miracle is. So the point is that I think that if you use a cumulative case argument, it's stronger. We're now on biblical criteria, yeah? The Bible even tells you something about this. And it says that you may say to yourselves, how can we know when a message has not been spoken by the Lord? If what a prophet proclaims in the name of the Lord does not take place or come true, that the message of the Lord has not spoken, the prophet has spoken presumptuously, so do not be alarmed. The Bible seems to indicate that one of the ways to see if a prophet is a true prophet is through predictions and prophecies of the future, which is a very powerful point because, as you know, we have arguments of prophecies of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, which, if you're speaking to a Christian, is very important as well. Now, what Ibn Taymiyyah says is very interesting. He says that someone who claims prophethood, and this we're going into more of a different kind of discussion, and this is not just him, Ibn Abdul Barr says the same thing. This phrase is used by a lot of people, which is the following phrase. He says that no one claims to be a prophet except for Astaq al-Sadiqeen or Akdhab al-Kadhibeen, the most truthful person or the most lying person. This is what he says. Yeah.
It happened.
Yes, for Ghulam Ahmad and these ones and that one. You can see from their lives, like you can discern the truth from the falsehood very easily. Just on the point of prophethood, like for example, we spoke about like some of the prophecies of Ghulam Ahmad, the so-called Indian prophet, and you know he died dying on the toilet. I don't know if he died on the toilet or not, but that's not the issue.
The prophet, the lady, it's called.
Yeah, the lady.
The lady,
Yeah.
she claimed the
Musailama
prophecy.
al-Kadhab as well.
Musailama
Oh yeah,
al-Kadhab.
but just on the point of, I was making a point of what's his name, of Ghulam Ahmad, and he said, I'm going to marry Muhammadi Begum, a particular woman, yeah.
Oh yeah.
And he never married her. He goes, if I don't marry her, I'm not a prophet. And he didn't marry her. Khalas, finished. It's you've just disproven. Thank you for saying this. He loved her so much because the emotions got the best of him. You see, so because you know he thought that if he probably believed in manifestation. If I say it, it'll happen.
To the universe.
Yeah, if I say it to the universe, it'll just bring it. So this is called a biblical criterion. This will be complete, you know, a failure, and it's true. Anyway, the point is that look at this verse. ومن أظلم ممن افترى على الله كذبا وقال أوحي إلي ولم يوحى إلي شيء. Imagine, I'm going to move on to a point here, but the ayah of the Quran is as follows, yeah? And who is more unjust than the one who invents a lie about Allah and says, it has been inspired to me, while nothing has been inspired to him. So what the Quran is saying is this: who's worse? There's nobody worse. Who's worse than the one who says, who lies about Allah. There's no one worse than someone who lies about Allah and says, it has been inspired to me. That revelation has been inspired to me. And no revelation has been inspired to him. There's no one worse than that. So it's the Prophet ﷺ, and I'll tell you why this is psychologically, it shows you the truthfulness of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, right? Because if you think about it, there is something called cognitive dissonance. Now, cognitive dissonance is a well-known psychological thing, which this guy called Festinger, I think this was one of the first studies that has ever been done on it. In 1956, there's a few studies that were done on it. And he done studies on people, funny enough, who believed in prophecies that were going to happen, like, you know, these cults in America, and that they didn't happen. So he wanted to see what kind of behavior that they exhibited. And what is cognitive dissonance? Cognitive dissonance is when you have either contradictory beliefs, or B, either contradictory belief and action. That's really what cognitive dissonance is. So I have two contradictory beliefs that I believe in. So for example, let's say someone's a Christian and he's a flat earthist, and let's say he's a young age creationist. Yeah? He believes the universe is 6,000. The young age creationist, 6,000 years. He believes the universe is 6,000 years. But he's a physicist. So when he goes into the physics room, he has to say the universe is 14 billion years. But when he goes into the church, he has to say the universe is 6,000 years old. Now, these are two contradictory beliefs. According to cognitive dissonance theory, this person will be showing a lot of discomfort in his life. He will be trying to resolve that contradiction because is causing him a lot of pain. Having two contradictory beliefs causes pain, psychological pain, trauma, problems, agitation. And especially, it could even cause you guilt. And they have like these studies about meat eating for some reason, but also smoking. Someone who believes that smoking is bad but does it anyway, for example. So when you believe in something and do the opposite, it causes this. And by the way, interestingly, one kind of cognitive dissonance, if you think about it from a spiritual perspective, is sin. You know, as Muslims, when we sin, we feel guilty because it's haram. Like, for example, you look at a woman, everyone is a man. You look at a woman you shouldn't look at. If you don't have it, then. But if you've done something very bad, do you feel very guilty and shame? Because your belief is that this is haram and wrong, immoral. But your action is that you're doing this thing, so it causes discomfort. So one of the problems of sin is not just that it causes you a spiritual blemish, but it causes you psychological trauma and pain. The more sinless you are, the more psychologically healthy you are. Someone wants to ask a question. Yeah.
So do we all have cognitive dissonance then from that definition as sinners?
Yeah. So everyone's got.
Or is it like a spectrum? Is it like a spectrum?
You can argue it's a spectrum, but what I'm saying is that imagine the Quran is saying. That's what I'm trying to propose to you. The Quran is saying, "ومن أظلم ممن افترى على الله كذبا وقال أوحي إليه." Who is worse? This is not the behavior of someone who is lying. Because it would mean that the kind of cognitive dissonance we're talking about is the highest level of cognitive dissonance. Because if it says in the Quran, who is worse than the one who's lying about Allah and says, it's been revealed to me and nothing has been revealed. If the person is doing it themselves, then imagine the kind of shame and guilt and embarrassment and humiliation they must feel. So we are saying, does the Prophet's action, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in his seerah, and this is a question that when we're going forward, you have to ask yourself, does it indicate of a person, does it show a person who's shamed and who's humiliated and who's delegitimizing the idea of lying spiritually and stuff? No, it doesn't show this at all. His life doesn't show that. Do you see what I mean? He doesn't exhibit the characteristics of someone who has a high level cognitive dissonance. Any questions on that point? Okay. So these are the kinds of things that people have when they have cognitive dissonance. Mood swings. They have mood swings. They have shame, they have embarrassment, they have avoidance. They don't want to talk about an issue. Because if you, like for example, if you believe that the earth is universe 6,000 years, and now you're in the physics classroom, the talk of 14 billion year old universes will make you uncomfortable. At the very least, you cannot be not uncomfortable with it. How could you be not uncomfortable with this? How? I mean, so what I'm saying is it would require kind of psychotic nature. Now we're moving into, if it's that deep, psychopathy. Psychopathy. You'd have to have a level of psychopathy. Yes.
You know, and also with those types of people, they require so much willpower to keep that level of cognitive life, let's say.
Yes.
That they become they become a person who makes wrong decisions in the most simplest things.
Yes.
And we don't say that in the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
How does it work with biologists and evolution and those who study it? Because I think in the academic journal they call it a theory, but they act as if it's like as real as existence sometimes.
What is?
Like evolution and we come from apes and stuff
yeah,
it's a theory, and obviously there's debates about it being theory and it can be countered and stuff like this. But I think in that area they see it as quite like true and evident.
Yeah, that even affects Muslim people, right?
Yeah.
As you're aware, but that's obviously the discussion of evolution would de-scope what we're talking about today. But yeah, that's a good example of something where people have cognitive dissonance as well. All right, so now there's another thing someone will say. So we talked about cognitive dissonance. We don't see the manifestation of the symptoms of someone who has cognitive dissonance to the highest level, which would be required with the evidence that we've just seen and presented. But someone will argue, well, what about hallucination? Because we're going to talk about like the Prophet ﷺ going to the cave and all that kind of stuff. But how do we know that this is not hallucination? Now, these are the kinds of disorders that if someone usually has hallucinations, okay? Number one, schizophrenia. Number two, bipolar disorder. Psychosis, by the way, is a psychological term for someone who has lost touch with reality. If you look at the DSM register, that is how they define psychosis. Someone who's lost touch with reality. Okay. So psychosis, by the way, you can have schizophrenia, and as part of schizophrenia, you have psychosis. Psychosis doesn't usually come by itself. It usually comes as a package of another kind of medical disorder. So, for example, if you have bipolar disorder, and then you have a manic episode or a mixed episode or whatever it may be, even a depressive episode, but usually it's manic, that person would be psychotic for the time that they have that episode, for example. The same thing can be said about borderline personality disorder, although it's much less than, say, for example, the two aforementioned examples. Like a bipolar disorder, for the most part, person would have more than that. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, which is, once again, it's not as commonly associated with it. And there's a book that was written by, what's his name, Van something. The Body Keeps Score. I read that book. This guy was one of the main people, Van something, I forget his name. But he's the one who had clinics for PTSD and stuff like that, and he's talking about what is it. And by the way, there's PTSD and there's PTG, which is the opposite of PTSD, which is also mentioned in some of the psychological review papers. PTG stands for post-traumatic growth. Now, honestly, I've seen this written in peer-reviewed journals and stuff. It's the opposite. So if something bad happens in your life, yeah, you can have PTSD, okay, which has its own symptoms, and you have, like, for example, traumatic episodes. You have nightmares. You might have repeated thoughts and whatever, incessant thoughts and fixations and obsessions. But you also have PTG, where someone goes through some difficult thing in their life, and then they see the optimism in it. They become ultra optimistic. They grow effectively because of it. Now, once again, does the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ exhibit the behavior of someone who has PTSD? Absolutely not. If anything, he has PTG. I mean, all these things, all of his children died, his wife died, his uncle died. You don't see, in fact, you see in hadith that he's talking about optimism. He's not talking about pessimism, which, by the way, doesn't happen to someone who's got bipolar either, especially not in depressive episodes. Depressive episodes, they're bleak and hopelessness. In fact, suicide ideation becomes one of the main symptoms. Schizophrenia, suicide ideation. Look at the symptoms of these disorders. Suicide ideation, you become so, and we'll talk about suicide in a second, because there's one of the shubhas. But you become so sad that for the longest space of time, you just become pessimistic. That's your life. But if you know these conditions, like, for example, bipolar disorder, or schizophrenia, or borderline personality disorder, or PTSD, many people listening to this know people who have these conditions, very serious conditions. And if you know people, you know that their behavior is volatile. Effectively, that's one thing that characterizes all of their behavior, it's volatile. Now, someone will say, well, it could be a lesser thing, could be a sleeping disorder, or brain lesion, which doesn't add up, because there's no evidence of the Prophet ﷺ had any of that. Or drug use, of course, this time, the Prophet ﷺ, clearly there's nothing about him drinking or taking alcohol or anything like that, right? But let's entertain the issue for a second. Because let's say someone takes a hallucinogen or a psychoactive drug. Yeah. Now, when you take a hallucinogen, you do hallucinate. No problem. Take a magic mushroom. I'm not sure if anyone here has tried it. Hopefully not. But hallucinations are not organized. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. Like, so for example, if I today take a hallucinogen, take a mushroom, I bring a mushroom and eat it, magic mushroom. Yeah. Now, if I then report my hallucination, yeah, I report what happened, and then I wait 2 days and I take another mushroom, and then I report my hallucination, I put it in a diary, and then I wait 2 days and I take another mushroom, and I do that over a span of 20 years. Okay, wherever the hallucinations that I'm reporting here, the likelihood of them having a storyline attached to it and being coherent is zero, actually. It doesn't happen. Ask many people are watching this are drug users. When you take the hallucinogen today, or Friday. No, honestly, or go online. They've taken the drug. You can't say, well, how can you produce the Quran, which is a structurally knitted together document, or let's say speech, I shouldn't say document. How can you produce the Quran with multiple episodes of hallucination? Quran telling you what to do in your life, telling you about the future, telling you about this one and that one, how to do jihad, how to have a wife, how to divorce your wife, how to do this one, that one. You're telling me your best explanation of how this was produced is through hallucination delusion. Now, hallucination delusion, there is a difference between the two. As we mentioned last time, the psychology of delusion, there's a fine line between what is referred to as delusion and what is referred to as overvalued ideas. An overvalued idea is an ideological position. It's an attempt to try and make sense of the world. Now, when you're trying to make sense of the world, you can believe in things as part of the unseen. But when Richard Dawkins wrote the book, The God Delusion, he's saying that God is a mental disorder. Like, if you believe in God, effectively, if you think about what he's saying, if you believe in God as a proposition, then you have a mental disorder. That's really what you're getting at, isn't it? Okay, well, if that's the case, if you believe that the best explanation for the existence of this universe is a necessary being of an intelligence or a knowledge, whatever you want to say, if that's a mental disorder, then it means to say that the majority of humankind, cross-culturally, have always had mental disorders. Mental disorders shouldn't be called disorders. They should be called ordered. Mental ordered. Because that's been the asal. It's not been the far'a. That has been the default. It's not been the exception. So, and it's not actually caused psychological trouble for the people. It's actually helped organize their lives and help them out. So what about it is illusory or delusional?
And those who believe contrary are mentally disordered. It has to be.
Yeah.
Because if the population from day dot has believed in God, and then those who oppose it are mentally disturbed. According to his...
yeah, you can make that. Yeah, absolutely you can make. But what I was going to say is this now. This is different to the transgender movement. Because, look, we as Muslim people believe in heaven and hell, right? Yes. We believe in Isra al-Ma'raj. We believe in these things, which we haven't seen. So, these, you could say, they're overvalued ideas. For the sake of argument, no problem. Somebody who has XY chromosomes arguing that he's XX, effectively, where there's evidence to the contrary. You see, this is the point. There's no evidence to the contrary of heaven and hell existing. There's zero evidence to the contrary. You can't falsify. But there is evidence to the contrary. The XX is XY and XY is XX. There is evidence. So when I present you, then you have cognitive dissonance. Actually, then you have delusion.
They're hallucinating without magic mushrooms.
Yeah. I would call it a delusion rather than hallucination. Remember, we said there's a fine line.
No, they
But
hallucinated.
when we say the Prophet, what best explains the Quran, what best explains his behavior, what best explains, then the reason why I'm giving you this as a framework before we start talking about all of this is because people are going to throw words. They're going to say, okay, well, delusion, hallucination, mental disorder, epilepsy, whatever. Say, fine. You think you're a psychologist. You think that you're Freud and Carl Jung. You think you know all these things, right? No problem. How do you define? What are the symptoms of X, Y, Z? And let's see if it applies to the Prophet. It doesn't. Does not apply. If anyone has been, and I have been in like I won't call mental hospitals, but I've visited, like I've been there, I've sat down. Somebody who has something like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder or any of even borderline personality, it's not as much. Someone has these things, they need heavy, for the most part, medication just to stabilize. Lithium and scotiapine and this one and that and in their veins. They need it. And their volatility of moods is on different level. You cannot use this as an explanation as a man who led wars. Imagine if the Prophet ﷺ had any of these disorders. How can you lead a war? You'd freak out. It would trigger your episodes. I'm on the battlefield, but mixed episode. How? Sorry to say, this doesn't make sense.
So could we say that one who claims that the Prophet ﷺ was hallucinating or was actually delusional actually accepts that miracles do exist, because they wouldn't be able to provide one single example of someone who is hallucinating or in fact deluded that has achieved exactly the same things as the Prophet ﷺ.
So as I say, I would put it in different language. I would just say use the term evidence rather than like miracles. So I would just say, look, let's take a look at the evidence. If you're saying hallucination has its own technical terminology in psychology, delusion has its own technical terminology. Usually it's connected with these mental disorders. Which one of them are you saying, for the sake of argument? You take it from them. He's schizophrenic, he was schizophrenic. But have you seen what schizophrenic people, how they live their lives? They see human beings, they are...
But I was going to say, doesn't that defy, like, reality though.
It defies reality. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
because
psychosis.
yeah, so in fact, it must be a miracle then if this person who is hallucinating and deluded and so on and so forth is achieving all this. It's not like the contrary of what they're saying. It's a miracle.
He's saying
So you have to accept the miracle then.
Yeah.
And
No, but
that's-
remember, the word miracle we said has a very specific technical definition. You have to tell them. Remember, it's a loaded term, isn't it? Do you remember what we said? That a miracle is something which defies the laws of nature. When you use the word miracle,
Does
like,
defy the laws of nature is what I'm saying.
look, I mean, they would say it's improbable but logically possible. That's the distinction.
Okay, I get what you mean.
But then,
But
as we started,
there's no example.
as we started off by saying, there isn't an example. But we could say that something which is improbable is not inference to the best explanation. It's not the abductively chosen way of making an argument.
Also, have you heard of mass hallucinations, where there's a group of people? Like, yeah, it's actually yeah, that's literally like there's a group of them and they
without drugs.
is it with drugs or without
They
drugs?
can do both.
Yeah, like there's mass hallucination, like there's like 10, 15, 20 of them, and they're like,
Cult, bro.
yeah, I don't know. Or maybe they all got possessed. I don't know.
No, you know those churches in America. You see all those people freaking out at the same time.
Yeah, I think that's fake. They can
That's fake, yeah, it has
they
to
can
be.
orchestrate that, but having hallucinations.
Yeah, see, that is performative.
Yeah.
That's what I think that is. That's they know how to do it. They know what they're doing.
Yeah. I believe they just make themselves believe.
Collective
And it's not hard.
acting.
I can jump and start shaking myself. it's not impossible at all. It's crazy.
So now that we have that background, we go to the pictures of Ghar Hira. Now this, if you look at the two pictures that I've put on there, Ghar Hira, has anyone been there?
Yep.
Have you been there? First of all,
I've got a nice picture. I'll send it to you.
Show me.
Put it in the video. Yeah.
please do. Maybe not put it in the video. You're giving Carlos more work that he needs to be done, but show it to me, no problem. What I was going to say is that, how did you find it going up there, please?
It was, you know, if you think about it contextually.
No, just going up physically.
For me, yeah, it's quite enduring.
Wasn't it?
Yeah.
I found it extremely difficult.
Yeah.
When I went up that place, I found that lighter people found it so much easier. It's Jabal al-Nur. They call it Jabal al-Nur now, right? It's not, I don't know. I don't think it was called that at the time. It wasn't called that at the time, right? Jabal al-Nur means the mountain of light, yeah. And Ghar Hira is inside of that. I was going up it, and it took me about 2 hours to get up.
Took you 2 hours.
Yeah, hour and a half, 2 hours. From the street.
Oh, from the street. I came out the taxi. I was just
Is it? No. It took me about maybe an hour and a half. Hour and a half. Easy, and it was taxing on my body.
I can imagine, especially if you're coming from like city.
Maybe because I'm carrying more weight or something. Because the lighter guys found it easy.
Yeah, and I was running up. It was like 7 years ago.
Oh,
It was like when I was
man, you're fit, man.
18, 19.
Yeah? The lighter guys found it much easier than me. I was one of the worst. I was carrying 120 kilograms up there with the mountain.
And because you're tall as well, bro.
I don't know if that
So you like hiking then?
is that
You can't do hiking.
Yeah, of course.
anything
you're
like
going up
that.
like this.
I found it hard.
You're away from the ground, like you're high. Do you know what I
found
mean?
it hard.
Rather than someone that's short and light.
But as I was going up the mountain, I honestly thought that, subhanAllah, the Prophet ﷺ must have been a very fit man.
Yeah, of course. But think about his shoes, and there was no I'm sure there wasn't like a systematic path like as we had now. So you got to take these into account as well. Going from his house as well, walking that distance and doing it quite. I don't know how often it was, but from that 1400 years ago, then, as you said, it has to be very fit, of course.
Yeah, he had to be fit.
And very.
He had to be fit.
Of course.
Yeah, no. But even just that by itself, that mountain shows you the cardiovascular ability of the Prophet, and that he was doing that regularly. That's number one. Number two is, sorry guys, just
at night as well.
So because it's the point is that when you went in, I showed you some of the pictures. It's a very small place which is only like suitable for 1 or 2 people in there.
Yeah.
It's not really like a cave. It's not a huge cave. It's very small. Is it even a cave? I don't know.
It's not a cave.
It's,
Been it, yeah.
Of course. And
Did you find it easy to get up there, or was it hard?
since I'm a mountain guy, it wasn't that difficult. But of course, yeah, I know.
I saw the Kazakhstan is running up.
Yeah, same. So I mean, I'm a mountain guy, so that's the
easy
thing.
for you.
Yeah, but
But you're
still,
fit, man. They can't see what you look like.
no. But the idea is, it wasn't easy to go up there.
Yeah.
And especially that's a very small place. How can you spend so much time in that
You
place?
spend so much time in the
Yeah,
place.
that's a very small place. People think it's a big, like, you know, it's a cave, but it's a very small, tiny space.
Do you know spending time alone? I recently went to Canada, yeah. and I went to a place called Saskatoon in Saskatchewan. And the guy said, look, I'm going to take you outside to the periphery of the place, yeah? You're not going to hear anything. Wow. I said, take me. He went in the car, I took a jacket, I went outside, and I spent about 3, 5, 10 minutes. On the third or fifth minute, I started asking all the ultimate questions. What am I doing here? Like, what is this place? It's unbelievable, this idea of khalwa, or being alone with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, like cutting yourself off from, we talked about ikhtilat, or the idea of mixing with the people.
Yeah.
But the idea of being alone with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well, or uzla, or whatever you want to call it, like being secluded, is also extremely powerful. And this is where the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, imagine, like Mecca was like a cosmopolitan city, like for him to disattach from that and just to think about Allah in that cave showed that he had a very meditative temperament, but it also showed that he was trying to cut himself off. And this it breeds tawakkul, it breeds power, it purifies the mind.
Yeah, maybe that's the zone you have to be in, like in order to maybe, I don't know.
To get to another level of spirituality.
Yes, you have to be in that zone where it's just nothing.
To be honest, yes. And a lot of Sufis, they do this nowadays. Yeah. They have this as part of their package. Like they'll take you to a place, they'll lock the door and stuff like that. No, honestly, they do this.
Yeah, there's some YouTubers who've done that. They've gone to like a specific room, and it's dark, and they'll be in there for like hours, and then they'll start saying, I can't remember. They would.
I went to Morocco one time, like some 10 years ago, and I went to the village place, and I slept at night in the village. I opened my eyes, and I realized it was all pitch black. So I thought I was blind, so I started screaming. Actually, being alone, it's a little bit frightening. It's a little bit frightening. No, honestly. But no, because it wasn't a place where there was no, I couldn't even see the stars.
What was he screaming?
No, I started screaming, and then some people heard me, and then I just looked, and when I heard and saw some light, I thought, okay, I'm not blind.
The issue is that the Prophet ﷺ, while he was going to that cave, he heard some voices say, Assalamu alayka ya Rasulullah.
Yes, I need to look at the authenticity of the... See, the thing is, I love the fact that you bring this. The reason why I don't bring... Yes, is it?
I think it's hadith. It's hadith and Muslim. And later on, the Prophet ﷺ asked Jibreel that who was the sound from? He said stones.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's read the hadith. Let's read the hadith in Bukhari, which is, I want Shakir to read it because he's got a very smooth voice and good reading style.
It's in Muslim.
So let's read the one that we all know is Sahih. The beginning. This is in Bukhari. This is a powerful hadith, and it's one of the most important hadiths you'll ever read. So let's read that.
By Bibi Aisha?
Pardon?
Aisha.
Yes, narrated by Aisha, yeah.
Well, why do you call Bibi Aisha?
It's a
it's a Asian thing, bro. Like baby.
No, Bibi. Mother Aisha. It's Ummul Mu'mineen.
Alright, so are you ready, Shakir? So I think this is a very beautiful and powerful hadith. We need to kind of reflect over it. And sometimes the best thing to do is just read the hadith. And this in Bukhari. It's one of the first hadiths you'll find in Bukhari. Is it the first one?
The first one is Nia.
Bukhari.
Hadith of Umar radiallahu anhu, the second
one. MashaAllah. This guy, MashaAllah. Where did you get him from, this guy?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So this is the hadith for the beginning of the revelation. It is reported in the Sahihain from Urwa ibn Zubair that Aisha, the wife of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, radiallahu anha, said, the beginning of the revelation that came to the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was good dreams. He never saw a dream, but it came true, like bright daylight. Then seclusion was made dear to him, and he used to go to the cave of Hira and worship there, which means that he went and devoted himself to worship for a number of nights before coming back to his family to collect more provisions. Then he would go back again. Then he would go back to Khadija to collect more provisions. This went on until the truth came to him suddenly when he was in the cave of Hira. The angel came and said, read. The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, I am not a reader. He said, then he took hold of me. The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, then he took hold of me and squeezed me until I could not bear it anymore. Then he released me and said, read. I said, I am not a reader. He took hold of me and squeezed me a second time until I could not bear it anymore. Then he released me and said, read. I said, I am not a reader. He took hold of me and squeezed me a third time until I could not bear it anymore. Then he released me and said, read in the name of your Lord, who has created all that exists. He has created man from a clot, a piece of thick coagulated blood. Read, and your Lord is the most generous, who has taught the writing by the pen. He has taught men that which he knew not. Then the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam went back with his heart beating wildly until he came to Khadija radiallahu anha and said, Zamiluni, Zamiluni, cover me, cover me. They covered him till his fear went away. Then he said to Khadija, O Khadija, I fear for myself, and he told her what happened. Khadija radiallahu anha said, Nay, be of good cheer, for by Allah, Allah will never disgrace you. You uphold the ties of kingship, speak truthfully, help the poor and destitute, serve your guests generously, and assist those who are stricken by calamity. Then Khadija radiallahu anha took him to Waraqah ibn Nawfal, the son of her paternal uncle. He was a man who had become a Christian during the Jahiliyyah. He used to write Arabic script, and he used to write from the Gospel in Arabic, as much as Allah willed he should write. He was an old man who had become blind. Khadija said, O son of my uncle, listen to what your nephew says. Waraqah said, O son of my brother, what have you seen? The Prophet ﷺ told him what he had seen. Waraqah said, This is the Namus who came down to Musa. Would that I were young and could live until the time when your people will drive you out. The Messenger of Allah ﷺ said, Will they really drive me out? Waraqah said, Yes. Never has there come a man with that which you have brought, but he was persecuted. If I should live to see that day, I will support you strongly. But a few days later, Waraqah died, and the revelation also ceased for a while, until the Messenger of Allah ﷺ was filled with grief.
Excellent, thank you so much. Okay. Let's do a bit of a pause here, actually. And there's 3 slides. Let's take one slide each and reflect over it. Yeah. So like 1, 2, 3, 4. You can look over the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Look over the second slide, and 1, 2, 3. Look over the first slide. So what we're doing is we're taking the key takeaway points, some of the key takeaway points for each slide, and then we're going to discuss it together. And we're going to also talk about what the, let's say, enemies of Islam or those who want to make a case against Islam would make of a story like this, and how would you respond to it based on the slide that you're looking at.
You gave us different slides. Can I'm a bit passionate about the beginning. Do you mind if we go through that?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem, okay. No problem. So do you want to do the first? Do you want to do the first? Do you guys want? Do you guys not care? These guys. All right. So you guys do the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Do the first. You guys do the second. You guys do the third.
You memorize the first one.
All right. Okay. I'll give you 10 minutes and I'll come back.
Which one's the third one? Suicide.
All right. Then let's feedback. The first part of the hadith. Who's looking at that? Yep.
Yeah. So the Prophet ﷺ started seeing dreams, and these dreams were turned into reality, all of them. And then he was inspired somehow to go to Mount Hira constantly. He would go there and seclude himself from everyone else for a very long time, because every few days he would come and get more provisions, which mean, like, the Prophet ﷺ didn't actually eat a lot of food. So the fact that he came to get food means that he stayed there for a long time. And then the angel came. Do you want to continue?
Sorry, just to add that we discussed that he must have felt frustrated within his society because he needed to seclude himself for privacy, etc.
Also, just to add, I think personally, when I talked about, you go to a specific place and it's dead quiet, I think having certain elements physically play a role in connecting to the divine, maybe, in the sense where eating less food, like you said, going somewhere where it's just quiet, and I think, just in a nutshell, when you look at it, there's that, even certain monks do it, it's as if they have these certain protocols that you have to do to maybe connect. I think the fact that the Prophet was regularly going up there, absolutely, like you said, you went somewhere when it's dead silent. So it's these things I think play a role, and then having the spiritual aspect of connecting to Allah, I think it's both the physical and the spiritual sense, maybe.
And to add to what Ali was saying as well, it just popped into my mind now, and we are actually advised to fast in times of difficulty, and I wonder why that is, because that's a part of seclusion. Because when everybody's eating around you and you're not eating, you're abstaining from something which is something that is part of the normal life. Do you get it? and when you abstain from that, and plus you're secluded from everybody else, it becomes a pondering what's that word I'm looking for?
Exercise.
No, exhibition. Pondering exhibition, like for yourself.
And also, it's like if you realize, like the Prophet ﷺ, when he talked about revelation coming down, and like Allah says in the Quran, if this was revealed to the mountain will crumble. You would see that every time it's something very, like you're in a very, very difficult place. The fact that he's being squeezed, the fact that he's like, have I lost my mind? Like you can see that he's in distress. And it just seems like there's a pattern with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, maybe that it's a heavy, it's a wahi, it's heavy. And I guess anything that's coming, that's going to be good for you, or whatever, there's this hardship, like, فَإِنَّ مَعَ الْعُسْرِ يُسْرًا, is that it's that hardship that eventually comes to the ease. But you see that pattern, there's always this difficulty, and then the fact that he was reassured by Khadija, saying that no, you haven't lost your mind, which is the second part, which I'll come to later.
I was going to say, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't know if this is accurate, but when Musa alayhi salam received revelation, when he received the message from first time, did he not exhibit fear as well? As if because he fell down in front.
No, that was at the time of when he asked to show yourself.
That's what. Yeah.
Yeah, that's I think that another time.
But
the first time he saw the light,
yeah.
He went there and he come back with stuff that he had. I think the second time, I don't know, I'm not sure, but
no, I mean, la takhaf, there is this thing of like Allah's trying. I think Tariq is getting to the point like Allah's consoling Musa, because it was a very it's a scary experience when you get a revelation.
Inspiring.
Yeah, but there is fear. All of them is
he
fear.
that he fall down to the ground, yeah?
Out of fear.
Out of fear.
When he was first, when he first received.
I don't know if he fell down. It's when he came and he was scared. He was like, "You're in the Holy Lands. Take your shoes off," something like that.
Well, one thing is that.
Sa'iqa.
Yeah, that is, I think, not to do with that. I think that's to do with when. Are we talking about when he said to Allah,
show me?
Yeah.
He passed out.
No, I'm talking about the first time he received message from Allah.
Yeah.
He's talking about when his hand went thing, and then he said, "Throw this your staff."
No, the very first time he received a revelation from a message from Allah, he felt fear or something.
Okay, so what people usually use for that is that what the Prophet Musa was speaking to Allah in that situation. He did something referred to as in Balagha as al-itnab, which is the difference. There's when you overtalk. So, for example, وَمَا تِلْكَ بِيَمِينِكَ يَا Musa, what's this on your right hand, O Musa? He said, هي عصايا, it's my stick. أتوكأ عليها. I use it to lean over. وأهش بها على غنمي, and I direct my kind of the cattle with it. ولي أبي ولي فيها مرائب أخرى. مآرب أخرى, and I have other uses for it. Now I said that to my wife the other day. I had a stick because I had some sickness. I had the stick. She goes, "What are you using it for?" I said, "I have وَلَيَ فِيهَا مَآرِبُ أُخْرَى." I have a different uses for the stick. Not to her. I'm not directing it to her. But the point is that the scholars say about that, like for example, in a lot of tafsirs, like he started speaking a lot, which shows that he had qalaq, like you said, the kind of fear, kind of anxiety, because this is a very scary situation. When someone speaks a lot, sometimes it can show that you've got a bit of anxiety. So yeah, I do think that when Musa first, the encounter, as you mentioned, that there was that level of anxiety. But going to the point here, talking about the Bible, there's actually a verse in chapter 29, verse 12 of Isaiah. And one thing I think we should look at is the fact that it says Iqra, and then he says Ma ana biqari, I'm not the readers.
Yeah, I'm not.
And in chapter 29, verse 12 of Isaiah, it says that, and it will be said to him, read, and he will say, I'm not of the readers.
Yeah.
So look, Isaiah has scattered prophecies about the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. As you know, Isaiah 42:11, talking about he's going to come in the future, and the people of Kedar and all this kind of stuff. But if you look at this verse, very interesting, because it talks about what will be said. It will be said to him, read, and he says, I'm not one of the readers. And this is exactly what the Prophet Muhammad said, because what Iqra means 2 or 3 different things in Arabic language. One of them is to read from a piece of paper. The Prophet was illiterate, so he couldn't read from a piece of paper. and the other one is to read and to recite. So as you know, but another interesting thing is that we're talking about dreams, right? And there's a hadith which is that basically that for 6 months the Prophet ﷺ had a ru'ya sadiqa fi an-nawm. He had this, he could see visions in his sleep. A ru'ya sadiqa fi an-nawm. And one of the other hadiths says that dreams, or good dreams, real dreams, or predictive dreams, are 1/46th of prophethood. 1 out of 46. Now you think it to yourself, what an unusual fraction. But if you think about how long the Prophet was a prophet for, he was a prophet for 23 years. And 6 months out of 23 years is 1 out of 46.
Say that again?
So the Prophet ﷺ was a prophet for 23 years, right? So from 40 to 63, that's when he died. And 1/46 is 6 months out of 23. 6 months out of 23 is 1 out of 46.
So that means every 6 months he had something.
Not every 6 months,
for
for
6
6 months.
Every night he would have dream.
Yes.
Oh,
And
For
the next day
the-
the dream will come true.
okay.
So he had these predictive dreams. Now, dreams are interesting. Freud wrote a book about dreams. Yeah, Sigmund Freud. And you know he had this theory, I don't want to go into too much psychology, but he had this theory of the id, ego, and the superego. Not going into too much, but the unconscious mind was a massive thing in Freudian psychology, right? The unconscious mind. They don't call it the subconscious mind. This is a new vernacular discussion that people use. But the real word in psychoanalysis was the unconscious mind. And Jung as well, and a lot of the psychoanalysts, they believed in that. And he wrote a book on dreams because they believed that to tap into the unconscious mind, you go into the unconscious. Dreams are one of the purest way to do that. Now, Islamically, the dreams are divided into 3. The dreams which are predictive from Allah, al-ru'ya. And then you have al-aql al-batini. You literally have what scholars way before Freud referred to as the unconscious mind. So, for example, يَتَخَبَّطُ الْعَقْلِ الْبَاطِنِ, that your mind is absorbing things and then it happens. Like, for example, say a wet dream. You see so many things like, before I got married, I used to get so many wet dreams. So sorry to say, Yani. But what is that? Because you're suppressing, and then it happens every week.
So it's from your nafs.
So yeah, effectively the nafs.
Yeah,
And it's interesting you mentioned that, and I'll come to it in a second. But because the nafs itself, what is the nafs? And the scholars have spoken. But the third thing is we said the ru'ya from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the unconscious, the aql batani, and the third one is from shaitan. Yeah. أي أضغاث أحلام وما نحن بتأويل الأحلام was it? Be something. Astaghfirullah. Yeah, I forgot the last part of that. Adghathu Ahlamin is what Yusuf alayhi salam, when he, in Surah Yusuf, when the people were asked about what this, the king's dream, he says these are just jumbled up dreams. So it shows you this. Huh? وما نحن بتأويل بعالمين. Yeah, we were not from the ta'wil of the, we don't know about it. Inshallah, he's become much more solid in the Quran. Is that when you went to Morocco? Did you also have the same experience as I did? No, trust me, he's gone better. Yeah, I can see the improvements.
In his eyes.
Yeah, no, I've noticed it. Inshallah, he's solidified his hifd. But as I was saying, so these are the 3 dreams. The nafs, وَنَفْسٍ وَمَا سَوَّاهَا فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. This one I'm not going to get right. It's just the nafs it has 2 kinds of things, right? وَنَفْسٍ وَمَا سَوَّاهَا. By the nafs, by the self, and by how Allah has proportioned it. فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا. So it has 2 aspects. It has the transgressive nature, and it has the protective nature. Now, in many ways, this is quite similar. There are areas of overlap between this and Freudian psychology. Because the Freudian psychoanalyst will tell you, look, there's the id, the ego, and the superego. The id, this is what he says. When the human being is born, he's animalistic. He acts on his base desires. He's visceral. Yeah? And then after that, his parents, the primary socializers, they give him rules and regulations. This is the ego. The ego in this trichotomy is, or this tripartite distinction, the ego is the rules. And then you have the superego, which interplays or which kind of decides when the id is going to be operational, when the ego is going to be operational. In many ways, Islam agrees with that sentiment, not exactly that taxonomy, which is that the human being is composed of effectively a visceral side, a transgressive side, and also a protective side. Now, it's interesting that Freud wrote a book called Civilization and Its Discontents. His solution was, look, just express yourself effectively. Islamic solution is not actually protect yourself and know when suppression is appropriate and know when expression is appropriate. So for example, Allah says in the Quran, وَالْكَاظِمِينَ الْغَيْظِ وَالْعَافِينَ عَنِ النَّاسِ. They're the ones who suppress their anger. That's good. Because in terms of the visceral animalistic side, you've got two things, which you've got the animal, you've got the sexual and aggressive urges. These are the two things that are usually mentioned. So what I'm saying is, there's a lot of interplay here, but the point is, in the beginning of, and this was a tangent, I have to say, but in the beginning of the revelation, the fact that the Prophet ﷺ was getting consistent, coherent dreams on a daily basis, effectively, for 6 months, once again, it goes to the point of coherence, and hallucinations are not coherent, let alone story-like. Like we said before, I don't know if you remember the analogy, like a Netflix series, like where it links together. Hallucinations don't work in that way. You don't take a magic mushroom and have one dream, and then two days later take another magic mushroom, and it's just like last time on such and such hallucinations, this happened, and then it's a story-like and it's coherent. It doesn't work like that. Hallucinations don't work like that. Now let's go to the second. Is there anything else anyone wants to mention about that? Okay.
The angel hugged him
and
told him to read them. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to mention anything about
that? I mean, the only thing we can say is that it's clear that he doesn't know how to read.
Yeah.
That's what we can say.
Now the verses اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق الإنسان من علق اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. So let's read, and your Lord is the most generous. Sorry, read in the name of your Lord who created all that exists. He created human being from a clot. A clot is alaq, something which clings, something could be, they've translated it as conjugated blood, or I don't know how they translate it. But it could mean alaqa is something which is connective. How do we know that? Because وَقَلْبُهُ مُتَعَلِّقٌ بِالْمَسَاجِدِ. The hadith is like one of the people that will be underneath Allah's shade, and there's no shade except for His shade, is a person whose heart is connected to the masajid. The word connection here is muta'alliq, yani is connected. So allaqa means to connect something, to hang something from somewhere. The mu'allaqat, for example, the poems that they used to put on the Kaaba, they call mu'allaqat because they hanged on the Kaaba. So there's lots of things like that which indicate that connection. That word means that. So something which clings, something. It's not new scientific explanation. This is actually one of the, or a few of the meanings of the word alaq. Allah created human being from this. Read, and your Lord is the most generous. So that it's very interesting that the first name after Rabb that Allah had decided to speak about Himself is the generous one. Why? Because it's very befitting, since He's being so generous of us as to give us guidance, which is the biggest gift of all. You know, الَّذِي عَلَّمَ بِالْقَلَمِ, the one who taught with the pen. And it's so powerful that Allah is mentioning the instrument here, the pen. The pen, because what separates human beings from all other animals, one of the things that separates them is the fact that they're able to codify, to write down civilizational stuff. Now, you can't say animals don't communicate with each other, but you can say no other animal writes down that communication and saves it for next generations. No other animal does that. No dolphin does that, no ant does that, no chimpanzee does that. Only human beings do that. And that's the distinguishing factor between human being and other animals being described here.
Can I just ask, was there anything significant about the action of squeezing? Why was that particular thing necessary?
The thing is, there's wisdoms we can kind of extrapolate from ourselves. Like, why squeezing? The thing is, when you're hallucinating, or when you think you're hallucinating, when you go through a sensory experience, it kind of reaffirms the fact that this is not a hallucination, because more of your senses are being activated. Because hallucination very rarely happens in more than one sense. Like, for example, even if you look at it, delusion, hallucination, they usually break it down. You can hear things. So there's auditory hallucination, there's visual hallucination, and there's physical hallucination. For all of it to happen together is more credence to the fact that this is not hallucination, this is an actual event.
And also another thing we can add is that, for example, if today I said, you know what, brothers, be careful, you know, there's some thieves walking around. But if I just said it in that tone, you'd be like, okay, maybe he heard something. But if I come and I'm like, brothers, stop everything. I need to, and I'm like, from my emotions to imagine, like I'm raising my voice, you're going to take that much more serious than me coming and saying, brothers, there's some. It gives you the seriousness of the affair.
That's a
at
good
hand.
point.
Maybe,
Sure,
maybe,
could be.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? And so it says here, then the Prophet ﷺ went back to Khadija and says, Zammiluni, put the covers on me. Now, this whole thing is so authentic. Like, if you think about how this is being reported, it's not like heroic. This is showing vulnerability.
Yeah.
It's like his heart was racing. He had a physiological response. He's saying, cover me to his wife. His wife is comforting him.
He's in doubt.
Yeah, and this doubt, by the way, like he wanted to know, and this is a good point, because they say, well, you're talking about hallucination. He himself thought he was. Someone who is hallucinating doesn't think that they're hallucinating, doesn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Speak to a schizophrenic person. They are assured that what they're seeing is correct.
Yes.
Sometimes they can, like, to get a schizophrenic person out of schizophrenia, it takes a lot of time.
Yeah.
But for them to be questioning something is an indication of the authenticity of the lack of hallucination rather than the affirming of it. How can you doubt it? Because if you speak to people that have these disorders, at the point of them having it, they don't doubt it. For the most part, these disorders, they are telling you what they feel, rather than doubting it or let's question it. Let's be critical of
it's
it.
like, who was it? Was it someone who came to Umar ibn Khattab? Or I can't remember. He's like, I'm a munafiq. Is that the fact that you think you're a munafiq shows you're not a munafiq?
Yeah, the fact that you can self-assess,
Yeah,
that you can look at things from an outsider's perspective, that you can account yourself and ask yourself these questions, that's actually an authentic sign.
Yeah.
Because, as I say, go and speak to people that have these disorders. Because someone will say, well, even he thought it was a hallucination. Well, in the beginning, it's the first time he's being confronted with a new reality. If this was not involved in the story, anyone would say this is doubtful. How could this new reality happen and he doesn't question it at all?
Yeah, exactly.
So for 40 years of his life, he didn't have anything like this. And for the first time, he's not even questioning what's happening to him on a physiological level. That's what would be problematic. The fact that he's questioning, is, am I okay, am I not okay? He's asking for a third party authentication. If you think about it. Yeah.
It shows how authentic he is. Because imagine you got revelation and he came and said, yeah, I've just been chosen as a prophet.
Yes.
It's the fact that he's questioning shows his authenticity, because he's like, do you get what I'm trying to say? There's no arrogance of, yeah, I got chosen. It's like, did I see it? What's going on? Help me.
Exactly. There's a vulnerability to it, and then Khadija took him to Waraq ibn Nawf. So who done that one? The third one.
That's second one.
The second.
Oh, sorry, second one.
No, I think
That is the third one, no?
It's the third one.
it was these.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So who done the second one? Okay, go on.
I think you covered most of it.
Yeah,
I
sorry
think
about
one
that.
aspect which it was good. It's better that
Yeah.
way. But one aspect maybe is from us learning from his Seerah and how we can implement it is that he was human and that he had these emotions and it's someone we can relate to. And we discussed how seeing something like an angel in that atmosphere, you're gonna be so scared and shiver, like you'll be trembling. Like we've seen some videos on YouTube. They try and do some AI of what angels might look like from a biblical source, and it looked really scary from that perspective. Not saying that it would look like that, but you can imagine seeing it. So it's something that we can relate to. And the Prophet, at the end of the day, he's not an angel; he's a human, and we have to learn how the best of humans were. So just trying to think of it from that lesson, that he was emotional, and then how we can kind of implement this. So, but I think you covered most of it in terms of like read and in terms of the other aspects of like hubris, or I'm a prophet and stuff like this. Yeah.
And there's a lot of that in the Quran. Like if you in Surah Al-Kahf, when it says that if you had seen them, لَوَلَّيْتَ مِنْهُمْ فِرَارًا وَلَمِئْتَ مِنْهُمْ رَعْبًا. If you had seen these people in the cave, you would have run away from them in terror.
Really?
Yeah, Allah is saying that to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Seen who?
The people in the cave in Surah Al-Kahf.
Oh.
In chapter 18 of the Quran. Why? Because the way they
Syria was somehow very threatening.
there's different theories as to why, but like these people looked like they had died, in the cave. Allah has moved them bodies so that they don't get burnt by the sun and all this kind of thing. But the shahid here that I'm bringing to you is that Allah he humanizes the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Like in the beginning of the surah, he mentions that. In the end of the surah, he says, "Qul innama ana basharun mithlukum yuha ilayya innama ilahukum ilahun wahid." Say, I'm a human being just like you, and that I'm just revealing to you that God is one God. Yani. So the point I'm making is that This is an authentic marker. The vulnerability of the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is being manifest. His fear, his trepidation, his worry, like it's mentioned in a very authentic, it's not heroic light. It's showing you, okay, the human side, rather than the, as you mentioned, like a Superman, or it's not like that. Is there any other points?
I think while Prophet ﷺ was returning from the cave to his house, in the way he saw the Jibreel in his actual form. Yeah,
in the horizon.
Yeah, in the horizon. And that also increased his fear. Somehow to see the angel with all its wings and from one horizon to another one, the whole area was covered, and he was calling on him. Anta Rasulullah, Anta Rasulullah. He was coming down.
I mean, that whole experience, no one can lie and say that this is, and it's a desolate place, like, especially at night and stuff. Imagine how this would have looked. Imagine how that would have looked. You're by yourself. That's scary, man. That is, I don't care what anyone says. I've been to that place. And I've been there with hundreds of people, actually thousands of people, because everyone was filling that. Imagine by myself in this place, I would be very, very scared. Like, anyone would be like, that is, especially when it's dark and you're by yourself and you're seeing creatures. Sorry to say, but it's kind of like a horror film. It is like a horror film.
And one thing as well, touching on Khadija and her role in this, the amount of faith she had in the Prophet and the belief, and how she mentioned some of the things like the honourable rankings and the traits of the Prophet, and this just shows the ranking of Khadija as well, and the honour that she has as well. I think that needs to be discussed as
absolutely. That you are the one who joins the ties of kinship, and you help the destitute, and you.
She didn't think he was schizophrenic or he was seeing things.
No, Allah will never.
Exactly.
That's interesting though, because she is
forsake you.
I find that Hadith very, very interesting in this part, because it's like she's affirming by a few characteristic traits that, because the Prophet came and said, I think I've lost my mind.
Let's take a look at those traits actually.
Look at it, because it's so profound, because to me it's like Khadija has prior knowledge and knows that, and she says Allah will never disgrace you because you have A, B, C, D, and it's like, it's not a matter of like you pray Salah. I know it wasn't revealed then, but she mentions certain characteristic traits, and to me it's very
these
profound.
are the characteristic traits. So she says Allah will never disgrace you. You uphold the ties of kinship, you speak truthfully, you help the poor and destitute, you serve your guests generously, and you assist those who are stricken by calamity. Which shows you that there's a fitrah, like they understood by fitrah what was good morality.
Exactly.
These are good things to do in society. You're doing them.
Exactly. And not only that, Ibn Taymiyyah says, for example, even if a kuffar government, if they are just, Allah will give them victory. Oh, I don't know if he says over believing nation like Muslims, but the matter of justice is so profound, because what is the greatest justice in Islam? Tawheed. The greatest oppression is what? Shirk. So it's very interesting that this thing of notion of justice is mentioned here and there, and is connected to success.
Yes, absolutely. And she mentioned 4 very powerful traits. Shows you how consoling she was to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, how good of a woman she was to him, and why. Like, to be honest, your friends and your close people on the time of the shada'id, of the calamities. That's why Allah says in the Quran, "Ala fil fitnati saqatu." That certain people in difficulties, they dropped. Effectively, saqatu, they dropped. And when the difficulty comes, they drop. So he had such a connection with Khadija because of how she was with him in the times of difficulty. Difficulty is what shows you the worth of people, effectively. That's what it is.
Shows how supportive she was, because
Yes.
for a long time he was away
Yes.
in the cave, and when he returned, in today's world, women will say, "Where have you been? You left me alone for a long time, and you return." And she gave him support. This is very wise, and this is very full of wisdom.
There is one more point as well of driving you out of your land and people.
Yes.
The Waraqa he predicted. Yeah.
No, that's the third one. You can make.
This is third is my point. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Go on. Make a point. Make a point.
By the way, I was sitting here at change, so that's why.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
fine,
this third is my section. Okay.
Should we get started with the third one then?
No, inshallah, we can continue the second one. Sorry.
No,
Let's continue.
I think the second one now is finished. So let's start with the third one. I'll start with you and go on.
So the key point I'm taking from here is bringing forward truth, and there have been a number of theories on how truth is accepted. First, it's been ridiculed. Second, people fight it. Third, people accept it. So if any stage you stop, then it's your fault, not people's fault. And if you study people who brought like truth and new messages, the same thing happened to them. So Waraqah predicted that, and he did tell him, "This is what's gonna happen to you. If that happens, I will be by your side if I'm gonna live that long." So that's something that prediction was already given to him. And second, the question is, did he die as a Muslim, or did he die as a non-Muslim? That's
a lot of scholars say he died as a Muslim.
As a Muslim, yeah.
Because the thing is,
He had the intention.
exactly.
Because of intention, he will be
Exactly, because he said, if I was to live, I would support you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he already believed that he would be
And
a prophet.
there's a discussion among the scholars of the opposite, by the way. So, for example,
Really?
if someone has the intention to leave Islam, the majority of scholars say they've already left.
Yes, because every
Yeah.
action is based on his intention.
Yeah, so if someone says, okay, like for example, there was a particular woman that after Andrew Tate became Muslim, she said, very famously on Twitter, she came out and she goes, if he becomes Muslim, I'm going to leave.
Oh,
Or something like that, or if he's a Muslim, I'll leave, or something like that. A lot of scholars would say she's already left.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is an important principle of like, if you have an intention to go in, it's the same thing of like having intention to come out.
Yes.
So these are both important. Let's go to the third one again. So who else has got anything with the third one?
I found it interesting.
Yes.
Waraqah bin Nawfal mentioned Musa before Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
And the brother was explaining that potentially Waraqah bin Nawfal believed that Jesus was divine, some sort of divinity attributed to him, and that he didn't believe he was a prophet.
He didn't believe in that because he was muwahhid and he believed in one God.
Not a god,
Yeah.
but not a prophet.
He was in the middle. He didn't believe that he was only prophet. He didn't believe that he was God.
See, that's the thing. We don't know
Therefore,
much
he
about
differed
him.
that.
But where's
Yeah.
the evidence? Do we have any evidence?
This is a scholar opinion.
It's written that he became Christian.
Yeah,
He was
yeah.
Christian.
But at that time,
He
he
was
had
a
some
Jew rabbi.
Unitarian
No,
Christians.
he was Christian. He converted to Christianity. There were three guys. There were three friends. One was Zayd ibn Amr ibn Nufail, Warqa ibn Nufail.
He was Christian, but
Yeah,
it's,
and
the
there was
question is of whether he was a Unitarian or not. That's the question. Because a lot of the scholars say, well, Waraq is one of those people that was min al-Hunafa and so on and so forth.
Hunafa was Zayd ibn Amr ibn Nufail, not
Yeah.
the,
There is a discussion. We'll look into it like
Yeah.
we did last time, and I'll see what I find. But for sure, some say that he did become Muslim as a result of how he responded to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Why did he mention Musa alayhi salam and not Jesus? A lot of people say it was because the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam actually he resembles Moses more than he does Jesus.
Deuteronomy 18:18.
Yeah, there's that. There's like the predictions, but also the fact that they both became prophets at 40, that they both had a community of people that they were
both went to war.
pushing, and they both went to war and all this kind of thing. So Moses was the best example to use in this situation, because a lot of the stuff that happened to Moses would happen to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It wouldn't be the kind of like Jesus alayhi salam, according to even our narratives, he didn't live as similar a life to the Prophet than Moses did. In terms of leading the people in war, he didn't lead people in
he
war.
would call him Akhi Musa.
Yeah.
Sometimes he would call him Akhi Musa.
Really?
Yeah.
Very good point. Okay, so these are the three things, and the Prophet ﷺ, at the end of it says that he was filled with grief because of the cessation of the revelation. And we're near the end of the episode, but on this point, there is a shubha, there is a difference. There's a what do you call it, like a doubt or something, which people say, well, this is a hadith. Let me read it out for you first. It says this. Az-Zuhri basically narrates that the Prophet Muhammad he narrates that the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said that, speaking of that period when the revelation ceased, whilst I was walking, I heard a voice from the sky. I looked up and saw the angel who came down had come to me in Hira, sitting on a chair between the heavens and the earth. This is what you mentioned before. And then he says, I felt scared of him. So I came home and I said, cover me. Okay. This one is that's actually what you mentioned, yeah? You've already mentioned that, so that's good. Then Allah told the Prophet Muhammad, because we had Iqra, which was the personal revelation of the Prophet Muhammad. Then you had Al-Muddathir. يا أيها المدثر قم فأنذر وربك فكبر وثيابك فطهر والرجز فاهجر ولا تمنن فاستكثر. Chapter 74, verses 1 to 5. Which is now, the Prophet ﷺ is being told to go and warn the community. Okay. Which is, going back to the first point, is why they say نُبِّئَ بِإِقْرَأ وَأُرْسِلَ بِالْمُدَّثِّرِ, that the Prophet ﷺ, he was made a prophet with Iqra, and then he's made the messenger with Al-Muddathir. Az-Zuhri says that Aisha states that, I'm going to read it out, that she said, the revelation ceased for a while, for so as long as the Prophet ﷺ became sad. According to the reports that have reached us, he was so sad that on several occasions he wanted to throw himself from the top of the high mountains. But every time he went to the top of the high mountain in order to throw himself down from it, Jibreel appeared to him and said, "O Muhammad, you are truly the messenger of Allah," and he would calm down as a result and feel ease, and he would go back. And when the revelation had ceased for a long time, he would do the same thing again. Now, with this particular hadith, the following has been said. Ibn Hajar mentions that the ones who say that according to the reports that have reached us is Az-Zuhri. So Az-Zuhri is making these claims. Now in hadith sciences, this is referred to as a mudraj hadith, where effectively the statements of the tabi'een and or the sahaba are mixed with the overall saying. So Ibn Hajar is saying that this is not something that Aisha said, that this is something that Zuhri presumed, and he was saying this. So yes, you'll find this hadith in Bukhari, but Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, as you know, he's probably the foremost authority when it comes to explaining Bukhari. He said that this is not a hadith, or this information is not from Aisha radiallahu anha herself. In fact, it's from Zuhri. And this is what's been mentioned by other scholars as well. But let's say for the sake of argument, that's not the case.
So one second, let's establish, is
Yes.
it authentic?
Hadith is authentic, but the hadith is Bukhari, I just read out.
Yeah.
However, the edition which talks about throwing himself off, Ibn Hajar and others are saying this is not from the words of Aisha. She's not narrating this. This is from the words of...
So then it's not connected. How is it authentic if it's not connected to his wife? Or
No, so the point is that whether it's connected or not, by the way, that's another question. Some scholars say it's not even connected. Like you have mu'allaqat and stuff, like the hadiths that are not connected, right? That's another question. Al-Bani, for example, comes out and says, oh, this hadith is not even connected. The fact that's in Bukhari doesn't matter and whatever. Because in Bukhari, you got 7,000 odd hadith. 1,000 of them, or maybe less, are mu'allaq. So the question is, some muhaddith asked the question, are the mu'allaq hadith or the hadith which are not connected actually part of Al-Bukhari's framework or not? That's a different question. There's the primary question is to say that this hadith is narrated by Zuhri, Abu Shihab al-Zuhri, who's a huge figure, by the way, in hadith. And he was the one who was commissioned in the 2nd century AD by the government to do tadween of the sunnah, actually. He was the one who's commissioned to write down and compile the sunnah. He was one of the first state attempt, actually the first state attempt that I know of, where the government, the Islamic government, had told anybody to compile the sunnah was at the hands of this big, huge scholar, Abu Shihab al-Zuhri. So anyway, what the scholars like Ibn Hajar and others are saying is that Az-Zuhri is the one who's saying that, you know, the Prophet would want to jump off the high mountains and so on. It's not actually from the words of Aisha, because it's not hadith. It's not the Prophet saying, it's not qala kada kada kada. It's not the Prophet not saying anything here. This is a description of events. So who's describing? Aisha is describing. What is Ibn Hajar saying is, it's not actually, this is a commentary of the description by Az-Zuhri, rather than what Aisha said. But let's, for the sake of argument, say it's not. Yeah, no problem. I'm sure there's a scholar out there that doesn't believe that. I haven't looked at it. Definitely the majority opinion, if not, it's consensus that this was the addition of Az-Zuhri. How does this disprove the prophethood of Prophet Muhammad?
It doesn't. He actually supports it.
So, for example, we would say like suicide has been made haram through the hadith. Yes. That the one who commits suicide is like he's doing it for a long time in hellfire. Like if you cut yourself, you're cutting yourself, and so on. That hadith has not been revealed. So suicide as a jarima, or as a haram thing, had not even been made haram at that point. So you could argue that even if this was true, it doesn't disprove the prophethood of Prophet Muhammad. What's the argument there? That he was so depressed that there's no argument to be made here, in fact. But we're saying that we don't believe in that, based on, as we've mentioned, these aqwal of the ulama and this very important thing. Now there's two periods of cessation, and this can become a little bit confusing to people, because there's two times where the revelation had been stopped. And Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani said that the period of revelation, cessation in the beginning was different to the one for Surah Al-Duha. Because we know in Surah Al-Duha, before Surah Al-Duha was revealed, Duha, chapter 93 of the Quran, that there was a period of cessation. He's saying, no, this is a different time. So there was 2 periods where the revelation was ceased, according to Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani. Now, with this being said, how long was that period? There's a whole difference of opinion. If you look at, I think, page number 23, or thing number 23, slide number 23, Ibn Ishaq says the first period of cessation was 3 years. Ibn Kathir says 2.5 years. Al-Razi says 40 days. Ibn Ashur says 40 days. So we have a range here from 40 days to 2 years, which shows you how little we know about the Meccan period. 3 years.
The first period.
Yeah.
It also says 6 months.
It's difference of, as I said, it's massive difference of opinion, right? So, so Ibn Ashur says the cessation of the revelation of the Prophet ﷺ happened on 2 occasions. The first one was before the revelation of Surah Al-Muddathir, yeah, which is chapter 74 of the Quran, and that was when the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ feared that the revelation had ceased completely, and that is when the period when he saw Jibreel seated between the throne between the heavens and the earth, yeah. The second occasion was approximately 8 surahs had been revealed. This is what Ibn Ashur is saying, yeah? Those that were revealed in the first period of cessation. So it had come after 10 surahs inside it. So there was 2 times. What's the wisdom behind that? The wisdom behind that is it creates a thirst for the revelation. It creates a thirst for the revelation. And this is not just a case with you would know this from maybe a relationship with human beings. You know, if you have a wife, or if you have this, or if you have children, or I don't know, even your parents. Sometimes the best thing is distance, because it creates extreme, it's an anxiety, but enthusiasm. Beautiful, thank you. Like I want it more now, like a thirst. And it created that thirst and that tawakkul. And the Prophet ﷺ at that time was being matured for a greater task. And obviously when the surahs came down, these were great events in the history of Islam, especially Surah Duha in the second time, as we know. And the whole thing is filled with symbolism and of light and so on. Duha means the sunlight itself, or the daylight. And one more thing I want to cover, because we're nearly finished here, is the question is, how did the Prophet ﷺ, see, I was gonna add another 10 slides. It's a good thing I didn't. See, even Carlos is thinking another 10 slides, no thanks. But the Prophet ﷺ would receive revelation in different ways. So I'm going to quickly read this. Shakar, can you read this for me? Sorry to say. The ways of revelation, slide 24. It's a small one.
It won't all show my phone, so. Aisha radiallahu anha, may Allah be pleased with her, reported, Al-Harith ibn Hisham, may Allah be pleased with him, asked the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, O Messenger of Allah, how does the revelation come to you? The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, sometimes it comes to me like the ringing of a bell, and that is the hardest for me. When it leaves me, I remember what it has said. And sometimes the angel appears to me in the shape of a man. He talks to me, and I understand what he says. Aisha radiallahu anha said, I saw him when the revelation was descending upon him on a very cold day. When it had left him, his forehead was dripping with sweat.
And that's amazing. Like that last part of it is, the revelation. She saw him on a cold day, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. How can you fake a physiological response? That's what I want to know. Like even the greatest actor in the world, you can fake crying. That's your max. But without physical exercise, you can't fake sweating. How do you do it? Like, tell me how to do that. Because faking sweat on your forehead on a cold night, that's something you can't do. No Hollywood actor can do that one, unless they take pills or something to speed up their hearts.
And the thing is, why does he have to need? Like, I would be like, he was a false prophet. Why does he even need to show that? He can just say, I'll get revelation. Why does he need to show sweat?
Yeah, well, that is, for me, it's a big one. And there's another hadith as well, which talks about the camel. I'm not sure if you've come across the Surah Al-Ma'idah that came down, and the weight of revelation was so heavy, the camel went down.
Not only that, there was a companion when I think his knee, shin was over. He said, I felt like my...
Yes. And these are very powerful, very, very, very powerful hadiths. Very powerful. And the other one is, like a very famous hadith, one of the most famous in Islam, where Jibreel came and then he asked Prophet Muhammad Mal Islam or Mal Iman or Mal Ihsan. What is Islam and what is Iman?
As a human being,
he came in the form of a human being. This is the first thing.
No dust, no
Yeah,
dirt.
but there's one part, as Umar al-Khattab narrates a hadith. One part of the hadith which says, وَلَا يَعْرَفُهُ مِنَّا أَحَدٍ. No one knew who he was from us. So, okay, how do you explain this? Because I want to know, like, you got this guy he doesn't, لَا يُرَى عَلَيْهِ أَثَرَ السَّفَرِ. That you don't find in him the effects of travel. And he's coming in with a white thobe, okay, and he's coming to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and asking him, Mal Islam. And then the 5 pillars. What Mal Iman, the 6 pillars of Iman. Mal Ihsan and Ta'budullah kannaka ta'ala, and so on. Asking him key questions. He says, who is this? It's Jibreel. He came to teach you your religion. And then he says, when's the hour? He said, Mal Mas'ulu anha bi'alam min as-sa'il. The one who doesn't know, the one who's been asked doesn't know as much as the one who's asking. He says, Ma amaratiha, what is the importance of it? And he says that the barefooted Arabs will yatatawaluna fil bunyan, and so on. This very famous hadith. They will race to create the highest buildings. The shahid here is that, yes, there was this thing of, what's his name? They said that he looked like a particular Sahabi, which is Dihya ibn Kalbi, right? Al-Kalbi. Dihya al-Kalbi. They said he looked like a bit like Dihya al-Kalbi, that Jibreel looked like him. But Umar al-Khattab Sarrah, he said that no one knew who this guy was. This guy that he came. How can you invent a human being that everyone is looking at? It's the most famous hadith in Islam, effectively. Everyone's looking at this guy. How did you create a human being that can come and ask you these questions and he's got white garments?
Mass conspiracy.
So the fact that if you think about the ways in which the Prophet ﷺ was granted revelation, the sweating, the weight, the camel going down, a human being that no one saw, white clothes, and it's a dusty environment. Now you have to go into a conspiracy theory as to how this all happened. Because this is out of his control. I mean, imagine, let's play, for the sake of argument, let's just play devil's advocate. Imagine what had to happen. Yeah, sorry to say. This claimant of prophet will have to go somewhere. Listen, make sure you don't come with any dirty clothes. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, think about it. It becomes absurd. Yeah, come strategically. Make sure that I'm just going to be sitting down. Make sure you come over here, but make sure there's no like any sand on you, anything like that. You're going to come not with a mask on your face, covering yourself. So it's a friend of mine or someone. You're a new guy. And so everyone is saying, and this is a small community with a small population. Umar al-Khattab, who's one of the big figures, saying none of us knew who this guy was.
Yeah.
So you're going to come here, you're going to sit down, and you're going to ask me some questions about Islam.
Yeah. And these are people that knew their great-grandparents, each individual.
Yeah, they have the genealogies and all that kind of stuff. Come on. Come on, Akhi. What do we have to say about to create this conspiracy theory? Yeah. I mean, and even someone will say, well, what's his name? Dihya al-Kalbi, yeah? Someone will say, well, there's some hadiths that say he looked like Dihya, this guy called Dihya. But they say he looked like him, it wasn't him.
Yeah, exactly.
He looked like, if I had to guess, he would look like him. Yeah. He looked closer to him, but it wasn't him. No one's saying it's him. Because Umar al-Khattab said, well, no one knew who he was from us. So who is he? That's how I want to know who that. Tell me, I want to know from the atheist, for example, or who is this guy that was coming to ask the Prophet all these questions, and tell me who his name. What's the theory that you've got about who this guy is? That everyone didn't know who he was, but the Prophet knew. Yeah, where was he hiding? No. Where was he hiding? I want to know. How could you get access to such a man? He spoke Arabic. He wasn't an Ajami. Yeah? Because in the Quran there's this thing about Surah Al-Nahl. لسان الذي يلحدون إليه أعجمي وهذا لسان عربي مبين. Right? Fine. For example, there was one guy, it wasn't even Dihya al-Kalbi, it was somebody else. There was a guy who was Ajami. I forget his name. In Surah Al-Nahl, chapter 16, it says that this person's tongue is not even Arabic tongue. And this Quran is in Arabic. So who is this person that's coming with speaking Arabic with the garments and all that? You can't give me a theory for this. And this is a very, very powerful argument for the veracity of Islam, which is just the methods of how the Prophet ﷺ received revelation, the weight, the sweat, the person, the mysterious man, this and that, and jet black hair. He had jet black hair just so he can stand out. Everyone knew him. Jet black hair, white clothes coming in. Come on, man. This is not it can't be Hollywood film. What are you talking about? Where did you get to hide him? No. And with that, guys, we conclude. Hope you. Yes, any questions?
Just a comment. Right?
Yeah, please.
Just I was listening to this session. I was thinking about like a lot of these critiques, like they're very lazy.
Yes.
You know, like Allah says in the Quran about like, you know, كذلك ما أتى الذين من قبلهم رسول إلا قالوا ساحر أو مجنون. That there hasn't come a messenger before, except that the people said, you know, he's a magician, he's crazy. It's a very kind of lazy refutations. You know, it doesn't really amount much more than like a year 3 that sort of name calling response. You know, you have all of these evidences that are being brought and produced, the kind of things that we've been discussing today. And a person wants to reject it on the basis that, you know, he's just a madman, he's just crazy. I remember, I think Hamza's also like, I remember watching this years ago, but he said that, like, talking about the ayah Allah says in the Quran that, you know, مَا صَاحِبُكُمْ بِمَجْنُونَ, that is, your companion is not crazy. That in it there's sort of like an ishara that Allah referred to the Prophet ﷺ as your companion. Like, you've known this man for 40 years.
Exactly.
You know,
Beautiful.
all of you know that he's not like that.
You know what else is, just to add to that point, I think that's a fantastic point, by the way, but just to add to it, it shows you that human beings, you don't have to be a psychologist or a psychoanalyst to recognize what insanity looks like. Most human beings, you know what insanity, we all know what it looks like. You can be a layman and identify insanity and psychosis. You don't need to be a specialist. So what I'm saying is, when he says, وَمَا صَحِبُكُمْ بِمَجْنُونَ, your friend, your companion is not insane, effectively. He doesn't have psychosis, because insanity is, by the way, al-junun al-rasmi, or insanity, is psychosis. That's what it is. Insanity is when you lose touch of reality. The technical psychological term for that is psychosis. You've lost touch of reality. And we said that comes in the form of all these mental disorders. We have the ability to see somebody. If you meet a schizophrenic person, if I show you what they look like, especially in their episodes, you'll know straight away, this guy's not, sorry to say, he's not the same as everyone else. No. If you meet a bipolar person in a manic episode, there's no chance that you're going to say they had suicidal ideation to jump off this and do this and kill that one.
Yeah, and not only that, you know, sometimes that's you're talking about physical traits, etc. to see that, but there was a narration that I read about a Jewish man who saw the Prophet ﷺ when he was young.
Yeah.
And he said this boy.
Yeah, we went through that last week.
Yeah. Do you remember? And then afterwards, when his Prophet came, this was a man who actually. I remember the hadith, he was warning them that believe in him or something along those lines.
Yeah, we went through it.
And then he ended up being a prophet, and then he was the first to reject him.
I don't know about that part.
Okay, I'll bring it next week.
Yeah, sure.
It was so profound, and he actually, and it's like the Jews, like they knew the Prophet, like they know the back of their hand. They knew, and they were waiting for him.
Yeah.
But just because he was not a Jew, no, we reject him.
Yeah, there was that as well. There's tribalism for sure, and even tribalism within the Arabs, by the way. Anyway, having said that, we will conclude with that. Hopefully, benefited. I'm sure did. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you guys doing? Welcome to the 6th session here in this very important, critical seerah, intellectual seerah that we're going through. And today we're going to be going through something very important and very topical, very relevant, very pertinent, something which relates to what's happening today in Gaza. And one of the things which I think has most significance to what's happening in Gaza vis-a-vis the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which is the torture of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and of the companions at the time of Mecca. And really, I would say there's two things that really we can think about in terms of the seerah which relate most, in my estimation, my opinion, to what's happening in Gaza today and in Palestine. One of them is this. The Palestinian issue, the early Meccan period and the torture that happened with that. And the other one is, in fact, the Battle of Al-Ahzab or Khandaq, which we're going to be going through as well. We're going to be speaking about that as well in later episodes. But this is the first one. And before we get started, let's just take a look at the lineage of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in the first slide, because this is something we try to memorize, but memorization is useless unless you try and look over and over again at the same material. So this is at least try and memorize, we said, the first 5 names of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam's lineage. So just maybe quickly take a look at that. Pause the screen if you're watching at home. Now, moving on. The objective of this particular lesson is the following. Number 1, we're going to be looking at some of the background information relating to the overt da'wah. Da'wah bil-jahr, as is mentioned in the Kutub of Seerah, the overt da'wah of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That we're going to quickly touch upon some of the important aspects of the relationship with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and Abu Talib. And then we're going to analyze the events of the torture in the Meccan period. What we're going to be doing, which is different, and this is why this is the critical part, if you want, the criticality that we're going to employ to this particular talking point is A, we're going to be looking at the spiritual benefits of trauma. Now, this word trauma is a word which many people use, now has become a buzzword, especially in the age of mental health, to, and this may be an overgeneralization, but crude as it may be, to mention the inconveniences of their life. Words like trauma, words like narcissist, words like toxic. These are the words that we're hearing nowadays in modern day psychological parlance. Now, I don't mean this word trauma in that context. When we use the word trauma, we're talking about an actual tragedy that takes place, which is of a significant level. And what I want to do is we want to look at what's going on in terms of the trauma, the real trauma, the true trauma, with the Prophet Muhammad and the companions, and then we want to see what the benefits of such trauma could be. And you could kind of analogize onto that any kind of difficulty that may happen in your life, and the same principle for the most part will apply. The second thing is I want to look at the psychological theories, and in particular we're going to look at resilience. Now, the word sabr in the Arabic language is loosely translated into patience. But another translation, another possible translation, which I think nowadays we can look at in terms of translating this word, sabr, is resilience, really. Because sabr and resilience, as we're going to talk about, especially in the psychological context, is the ability to cope with a tragic event. The ability to cope with a tragic event and to get to the tragedy status. We'll see some of the definitions of the word resilience, trauma, and all these kind of things, and we'll connect them and see where the similarities and differences are between the Islamic approaches to psychology and the secular approaches to psychology. And I think this is the best place to nestle this kind of discussion within the Seerah, because there are many approaches in the West which have become famous and have become most used, and they become methods or prescribed methods by which and through which many people live. For example, nowadays if someone feels bad, what do? They go to the doctor, right? And they say I have depression. So the doctor will say to him, listen, have some antidepressant medicines, for example. And there's another fork in the road, which is that you can have your antidepressant medicines. This will help your chemical imbalances. This will fix your neurological process. These are the neurotransmitters will be fixed. Another way of doing it is to say, well, why don't you do a CBT course, cognitive behavioral therapy? Or why don't you do the talking cure? Why don't you go to a counselor? Now, we're not dismissing any of or all of those things. We're saying, let's see where the similarities and differences are between the Islamic method of doing things in terms of psychological approach and the Western or the secular psychological method. This is an important discussion, and one I don't think people have on this meta level, and we're nestling this in the context of the Seerah. So that's another thing that we want to get done here. And of course, as we're going along, we're going to relate these things to the current events in Gaza and other such life traumas that people may have. So the first thing we want to go through is the following. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, after we mentioned in the previous session, we mentioned that how he received revelation. We mentioned how he went to the cave. We mentioned how the story of how he received revelation. Then there was a phase, and so there was the private revelation. He went to his wife and he said, "Zammiluni, zammiluni, cover me," and we went through that. After that, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down an ayah, وَأَنذِرْ عَشِيرَتَكَ الْأَقْرَبِينَ. It's in Surah Al-Shu'ara, the 26th Surah of the Quran, which is, and proclaim to your close family. Proclaim the message to your close family. وَأَنذِرْ عَشِيرَتَكَ الْأَقْرَبِينَ. So it went from a private matter to now the circle is being expanded to the family. And in fact, if you look at the story behind Surah Al-Shu'ara, or the narrative in that particular chapter, it's talking about Moses actually, and the stages by which and through which Moses took vis-a-vis Pharaoh. And he started in the same way. He started with his family, then his community, and then it became a message. So he's slowly widening the circle He's not jumping straight into it. There is a kind of gradualist process that is being taken. And of course, the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ had his uncle Abu Talib, who we haven't mentioned yet, but his uncle Abu Talib was very beloved to him, and he was very beloved to his uncle. And his uncle Abu Talib really acted as the guarantor or the protector in that particular community. And it is very interesting because actually there is a parallel here between us and the Prophet ﷺ's situation. I'll tell you what the situation is, especially us living in the West. The parallel is we are, for the most part, protected by our citizenships. Let's just call a spade a spade. We have a specific mission, and we have a specific opportunity here in the West to speak freely about certain issues which in many parts of the Muslim world, in fact, there's more than 50 Muslim majority countries, we wouldn't be able to have this opportunity. And that's not because of our religion, but it's because of our citizenships to these particular countries. And in fact, I would postulate that maybe in places like London, where we're living, it's probably one of the most free places where we can give da'wah, and Birmingham as well. I know you guys come from Birmingham and other parts in the UK, but other parts of the West, where you can give da'wah in the entire world. So we have a special responsibility, in fact, because we have the protection of these things. And this reminds me of an ayah in the Quran in Surah Hud, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala narrates what Shu'aib says to his people, Arahti a'azzu ilaykum min Allah. Is my tribe more mighty to you than Allah? وَاتَّخَذْتُمُونِ وَرَاءَكُمْ ظِهْرِيًّا. The ayah is saying that Shu'aib is saying, I know I'm being protected here because of my tribe. And he's criticizing this fact because he's saying that really what you should be doing is fearing Allah. But he didn't unpragmatically not use that. Many people will say from the right wings, you guys are, using the freedoms that, yes, we are using the freedom. Why shouldn't we use them? We have a mission, and we will use every freedom, just like everyone else in society. Doesn't go against our ethics and our morals to proclaim our message in this way. So we're finding ourselves in a similar situation where the Abu Talib, our Abu Talib, who also happens to be a disbeliever, is, say, for example, the United Kingdom. But we might not have the same love for him as the Prophet had for his uncle, because obviously he was, and this, as you may know, the ayah came down, إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ. That you're not going to guide whoever you want, but Allah guides whomever He wants. So Abu Talib, as we know, even though he was there for the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ and so on, he died upon kufr and disbelief, which shows you that, once again, going back to the principles we talked about in the very first session, that this is not meant to be some kind of rosy and romantic picture of everything that happens in the Seerah. These are real events. Unfortunately, Allah guides whom He wants and He misguides whom He wants. And this whole event shows you that, the Prophet ﷺ, there is one dua, and this might sound controversial to many of you, that might not be accepted by the Prophet, which is the dua of guidance, if Allah does not intend guidance for somebody. Because if that dua was accepted and the Prophet ﷺ made dua for everyone to be guided, and that didn't happen, that means that Prophet ﷺ has exactly the same power as Allah. So this is the only kind of dua, the supplication that you can imagine. And you can imagine the Prophet ﷺ surely he made dua for his uncle. Yes.
Not just dua, also when the Prophet ﷺ, if I'm not mistaken, when he made dua against certain people, Allah sent wahi, saying that again. It's not, I don't know who it was for.
Yes.
I don't know the companion's name, but he made a dua against him, and Allah reminded him that it's not.
Yeah, I mean, the ayah is clear. إِنَّكَ لَا تَهْدِي مَنْ أَحْبَبْتَ. You're not going to guide whoever you want. وَلَكِنَّ اللَّهَ يَهْدِي مَنْ يَشَاءُ. Allah's taken sovereignty of the situation here. The issue of guidance goes back to Allah at the end of the day. The issue of guidance, because if a human... Pardon? Even punishment. Yes, punishment. Someone going into heaven, going into hell. This is the sovereignty of Allah. So that's one thing I would say. So Abu Talib, is interesting that he actually was pressured so much by his community that he came to the Prophet. And there are different hadiths of this, and so I just want to tell you, there's one particular hadith of, if you were to put the sun in my right hand and the moon in my left. I don't know if that's sahih. I think that's a weak one, but a very similar one has been narrated, which is the following, which is sahih, which is...
Sorry, what's the number of that one?
we're on the fourth slide here. Fourth slide, Abu Talib's involvement. So in the fourth slide, he says, in the fourth slide, as you can see here, Abu Talib says, do you see, so the Prophet ﷺ is saying to Abu Talib, do you see the sun? Is what he's saying. He said, do you see the sun over there? He said, yes. And it wasn't just Abu Talib, it was a crowd of people. He said, I cannot, stop proclaiming what I'm proclaiming as much as I can take a flame from this particular sun. In other words, just I have as much ability to control whether or not I'm going to proclaim this message as I have management of the sun, this celestial sphere which is so far away from us. So in other words, he was not going to accept any of the offers. And so it's true that a lot of them came to him with offers, and these are narrated authentically, like with money and prestige and status and stuff, and he rejected that, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, for the cause and for the message. And there was a very interesting, and you can see this on slide number 5, a very interesting interaction between Walid ibn Mughira and the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Walid ibn Mughira is the father of whom? Khalid ibn Walid. And he came to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and actually, in fact, they decided, look, let's get one of our best guys, our best speakers, to speak to the Prophet. Yeah? So this is Walid. Because you can imagine, like Khalid ibn Walid is like, the best, they say, even the non-Muslims, I mean, they say he's the best military general of all times. Some say he's never lost. I mean, he's the best military general of all time. There's actually an interesting Harvard lecture that's online. This guy was speaking about Khalid ibn Walid for an hour now. What's his name?
Dr. Roy Casagrande.
Thank you very much for that. That was excellent input there. And he makes the argument. I think he says it's one of the top 3 of all time, just to be clear. I mean, a lot of them say he's one of the top 3, but you can imagine what kind of family he comes from, because he comes from the family of Walid, and he was a very like a prideful man. But for him, it wasn't necessarily the military prowess, it was his eloquence that he was very, prideful of. So he went there, and he says, there's no one in this town that is better than me in shi'r, in poetry. And when I heard the Quran, remember, this guy is an enemy of Islam. He's the one that ayat of the Quran came down. ذَرْنِي وَمَنْ خَلَقْتُ وَحِيدًا وَجَعَلْتُ لَهُ مَالًا مَمْدُودًا وَبَنِينَ شُهُودًا وَمَهَّدْتُ لَهُ تَمْهِيدًا. These ayahs came down about him. Literally, he's a very, very belligerent man. He said, look, there's no one that's better at poetry than me. No one's better at that. And what I heard is not poetry. He's talking about the Quran. He said, what I heard about the Quran, that's not poetry. And then he started praising the Quran. He said that it has a softness to it, and that there's nothing better than it. And everything below it is destroyed. Like he was praising it. So they decided, what am I going to say then? What are we going to say about the Quran? If we're not going to say it's poetry, what can we say? So he started trying to spin the Prophet ﷺ and say he must be a magician. By the way, by saying he's a magician, you're acknowledging there's something supernatural about what's going on. We can't explain it. Anything inexplicable must be explained through these things which we can't explain. Magic is a very interesting label. So yes, he was there and he made that point. I want to actually skip quickly to slide 9, and I'll come back. Yeah, so we're going to slide 9, and there's another very interesting incident. So we've got the best sha'ir, the most eloquent guy, and then we have the best debater, effectively, is Rabi'a ibn Utbah. Yeah, so they sent him to the Prophet ﷺ. He was like, the top debater of the place. He was the Muhammad Hijab of the place. Even though I don't want to compare myself with this, astaghfirullah, this kafir, this horrendous person. He's just the Sabur Ahmad of the place, right? But I was going to say, so basically, he tried to, where is it? 9, yeah? This is Rabi'a. So he went to, this is very interesting. Wallahi, this thing here is, before we get into today's discussion, I think this is a very interesting, in debates, there's 3 things. There's arguments, there's strategies, and there's tactics, okay? These 3, and they're different. There's arguments, you make your arguments. There's strategies, that you make your strategy, and then your tactics. So this guy, he clearly knew what he was doing. He came to the Prophet ﷺ, and he said to him, who's better, you or Abdullah? Abdullah is whom? His father. Okay, but this is very interesting, right? Because in Arab culture, if you say I'm better than my dad, I mean the Quran says, فَاذْكُرُوا اللَّهَ كَذِكْرِكُمْ آبَائِكُمْ أَوْ أَشَدَّ ذِكْرًا. That, you know, they used to really mention their forefathers and stuff. To say that we're better than our forefathers, this was seen as a no-go. There's no chance. You can't say that. So he said, who's better, you or your father? He said, so the Prophet ﷺ didn't respond. Which shows you the first thing. Rabi'ah, he knew tactically the best thing to do in the beginning of the debate is what? Ask a question. And I know you're all smiling because I do that, right? Especially with people that you know are going to ask you questions. You come in and you ask them the question first. You throw the first punch. So as soon as he saw the Prophet ﷺ, who's better, you or you? He had that in his mind. He wanted to jam him. He wanted to jam the Prophet because whoever asked the question has got the initiative. He's got the power. It's like throwing the first punch. You're forcing your opponent to defend. What did the Prophet ﷺ do? He stayed quiet. He didn't answer the question. Now this is a masterstroke. Because if you think about it, and I've thought about this quite a lot, SubhanAllah, you don't need to answer every question. That's the mistake we make. We think we have to answer every question. The Prophet ﷺ knew it was a trap question, and he stayed quiet. And what that does is it portrays an image of this belligerent, this emotional person asking the question. And then he didn't get a response. So he goes further. He goes, because if you say this, then this. And if you say this, then this. And the Prophet's not responding. He's acting in a stoic manner. He's not budging. He's not taking the bait. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, which shows you, subhanAllah, tactically, how the Prophet ﷺ was able to circumnavigate this behavior of Rabi'ah. Now, it gets interesting here because I want to just make one point which is connected to this. There's two ways of dealing with questions that are meant to be paradoxical or meant to trap you. A, you can decide not to answer them. But there's something in the Quran, it's called at-tariqatul hakima. You could answer them and give some of the answer, but then take it to a narrative which you like. Let me give you an example. Allah mentioned in the Quran, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ. And the reason why I'm bringing the Quran to the equation is because the best way to deal with questions and answers, which is an integral part of debates and stuff, and eloquence and rhetoric, is actually the Quran itself. If we believe that the Quran is most baligh, most rhetorical book in the world, yet we don't want to see how the Quran deals with certain things relating to rhetoric, relating to polemics, then how much do we actually believe the Quran is the most rhetorical book on the earth? So they asked him, the Quran says, يَسْأَلُونَكَ عَنِ الْأَهِلَّةِ. They ask you about the new moons. New moons. Now, when they were asking about the new moons, they weren't asking what the Quran answered them. The Quran answered them, قُلْ هِيَ مَوَاقِيتُ لِلنَّاسِ وَالْحَجِّ. That the new moons are stages for the people of things, you can see the times for the people, calculations for the people to see the times, and for you to know when Hajj is. So what happened is the Quran was taking a question and it answered it. Yes, it did answer it. It answered the question, but in a way which fulfills a narrative which is to do with guidance.